The Senate will come to order. Senator Merrifield.
Colleagues and guests in the gallery, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Majors, would you please call the roll?
Senators Aguilar, Balmer, Baumgardner, Carroll, Cook, Crowder, Donovan, Garcia, Grantham, Guzman, Heath, Hill, Hodge, Holbert, John, Johnston, Jones, Kafalis, Kerr, Lambert, Lundberg, Marble, Martinez-Umenick, Merrifield, Neville, Newell, Roberts, Scheffel, Scott, Sonnenberg, Stedman, Todd, Ulibarri, Woods. Mr. President.
Here. 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I move that the reading of the journal from Friday, April 24th be dispensed with and the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is approved and the journal is adopted. Senate Services.
April 27, 2015, correctly printed, Senate Bills 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, Senate Joint Resolution 28. Correctly engrossed, Senate Bills 212, 253, 264, and 270, Senate Joint Resolution 27. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bills 222, 261, 267. Correctly revised, House Bills 1016, 1030, 1033, 1180, 1232, 1233, 1248, 1252, 1267, 1270, 1277, 1284, 1310, and 1337. Correctly re-revised, House Bills 1019, 1045.
Those opposed, no. That motion is adopted. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, I wanted to announce that today is the first annual Southern Colorado Day at the Capitol, and as indicated, you may have some small tokens of gifts from Pueblo on your desk, some chips and some Pueblo salsa, compliments of the Greater Chamber of Commerce. But I wanted to take just a moment to highlight why Southern Colorado is so important. Southern Colorado's contributions to Colorado have been significant over the years. Early on, Pueblo was known for its still production at the CF&I, and it was the second largest producer of still in the country. Today, Everest is the country's largest producer of rail still in the United States, but still is not the only thing that Pueblo and Southern Colorado is known for. In the area of mental health treatment and services, Pueblo is home to the Colorado Mental Health Institute. We are home to the Colorado Lottery. Lake Pueblo, or also known as the Pueblo Reservoir, is one of the state's top 3 most visited attractions in Colorado. The Colorado State Fair, which is one of Colorado's jewels, it's been around for 143 years and is home to the National Little Britches Rodeo Finals showcasing agriculture. Pueblo has a lot to be proud of, and so does Southern Colorado, including a Division II national championship football team at the Colorado State University of Pueblo. But most importantly, it's the people. So many here who are joining us in the gallery and on the floor that I would be remiss if I failed to mention someone. So I want to thank you for joining us today and making this one of which will be many, many years of recognizing Southern Colorado's contributions to the state of Colorado.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, join with my esteemed colleague from Pueblo in honoring the tribute for Southern Colorado. I represent South Central and Southeastern. You know, and I know the senator from Pueblo is also a 5th generation. We're both 5th generation down there. It's not an uncommon item. But you know, you know, the history of southern Colorado surpasses the state itself. You know, our very beginning, from the gold mining in Creed to the farming and ranching in the San Luis Valley to the Sand Dunes National Park. We also have a lot of history that are some of our dark days that actually helps create the inner makings of southern Colorado. You know, the 3 dark days in history that I have in my area are Sand Creek Massacre, the Amachi POW camp, the Ludlow Massacre. What this does is enhances our history, and it creates a persona of what we're made of. You know, from Powers, Baca, and Kiowa, you know, the Great Plains areas, Otero with the melons and the vegetables, Bent County with Fort Lyons and the rich agricultural area in that region. And you know, a lot of the things we've had in the past is the Pueblo Army Depot, which is now the Pueblo Ordnance Depot, which created an enormous amount of economic development for that region for a number of years, from World War II to the present. And then we go to the pristine area of Custer County, which is one of our prettiest parts of the state. You know, it's just great. It's a great honor for me to represent South Central and Southeastern Colorado, and you know, it definitely is my passion. But the greatest thing about Southern Colorado is the people. You know, they are, you know, the stalwart of the state, and I think that you know, I appreciate everything that they've done to contribute to the state, and you know, we will continue to represent that area because it is a proud area, and you know, they are very, very much a part of the state and very much of the backbone of the state. Thank you.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask that those of you who are joining us from Southern Colorado, if you'd please stand and allow us to recognize you and thank you for being here at the Senate today.
Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 23?
Senate Joint Resolution 23 by Senators Cook and Guzman and Representative Sias concerning declaring the week of May 10th through 16th, 2015 as Police Week, and in connection therewith declaring May 15th, 2015 as Peace Officers Memorial Day.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Joint Resolution 23 and ask that it be read in parts.
Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agencies within the state of Colorado play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the state of Colorado. And whereas it is important that all citizens of Colorado know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their peace officers. And whereas it is important that peace officers throughout Colorado recognize their duty to serve the people of this state by safeguarding life and property, protecting citizens against violence, disorder, and deception, and protecting the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the law enforcement agencies within the state of Colorado have grown to be modern and progressive agencies which unceasingly provide a vital public service. And whereas the following 289 peace officers made the ultimate sacrifice while serving the state of Colorado. In 2000, Dennis M. Licata of Denver PD. In 2001, Jason L. Manspeaker of the Colorado State Patrol, Ryan Cunningham of the Vail PD, Daniel C. Daly of Farida PD, Philip Keith Mason of the Colorado Division of Wildlife, and Jason Scott Schwartz of the Fremont County SO. In 2002, James Olterman of the Colorado Division of Wildlife. In 2004, Travis W. Sass of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office. In 2005, Donald Young II of the Denver PD, Jeffrey A. Christensen of the National Park Service, and Greg R. Boss of the United States Postal Service. In 2006, Jared Jensen and Kenneth C. Jordan of the Colorado Springs PD and Michael D. Thomas of the Aurora PD. In 2007, Douglas D. Burney of the Aurora PD and Zachariah E. Templeton of the Colorado State Patrol. In 2008, Nicholas Haney of the Pueblo PD. In 2009, David J. Kinternecht of the Montrose PD. In 2010, Samuel K. Brownlee of the Weld County Sheriff's Office. In 2011, Jay Sheridan of the Lyman PD and David Roberts of the Denver PD. In 2012, Jeremy Bittner of the Englewood PD and Selena Hollis of the Denver PD. In 2013, Matthew Tyner of the Colorado Springs PD, Lady William DeFusco of the Pueblo County Sheriff's Office, and James Jeffrey Davies of the Lakewood PD. And in 2014, David Michael Baldwin of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. Whereas it is fitting and appropriate for the citizens of Colorado to join together in commemorating peace officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their community and in doing so have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 70th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, hereby proclaim the week commencing May 10th, 2015, as Police Week in Colorado, in recognition of peace officers' efforts in safeguarding the citizens of Colorado, and call upon all citizens of the state and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe Police Week, and that we, the members of the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, hereby proclaim the day of May 15, 2015 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in recognition of those officers who through their courageous deeds have made the supreme sacrifice or who have been disabled in the line of duty, and call upon the citizens of Colorado to recognize and participate in the observance of this worthy occasion. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to John Hickenlooper, Governor of Colorado, Don Enlow, President of the Colorado Chapter of Concerns of Police Survivors Incorporated, Diane Bernhardt, Executive Director of Concerns of Police Survivors Incorporated, Barry Bratt, Chairman of the Colorado Law Enforcement Memorial, Frank Gale, President of the Fraternal Order of Police, Colorado State Lodge, Officer Mike Morehouse of the Thornton Police Department, Stan Hilke, Executive Director of the Colorado Department of Public Safety, Colonel Scott G. Hernandez, Chief of the Colorado State Patrol, John Jackson, Board President of the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, Jim Casillas, President of the County Sheriffs of Colorado Incorporated, and Ronald C. Sloan, Director of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
Colleagues and guests, please be seated. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. I'm going to start off with one of my favorite verses in the Bible in Matthew, when Christ gave the Sermon on the Mount. He said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." On October 1st, 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officer Memorial Day, recognizing all the peace officers that have died in the line of duty. And he also designated the week of which that falls as Police Week. Last year, in 2014, there were 126 peace officers who were killed or murdered in the line of duty. That was up 24% from 2013. 49 of them were shot, 50 of them were vehicle-related. But this is the scary part. The ambush-style attacks were the #1 cause of felonious officers' death for the 5th straight year in a row. 15 officers last year were killed by ambush for doing nothing more than sitting in their car, minding their own business, doing paperwork, eating lunch, whatever. They were assassinated. And I think we all remember what happened in New York City a couple of months ago when 2 New York City officers were sitting in their patrol car and somebody came up and murdered both of them. Over the last decade, there have been, this is the average, 149 peace officers killed per year. Almost 59,000 peace officers have been assaulted every year over the last 10 years. 15,500 of them have been injured. I remember at a memorial, the Greeley fire chief made a comment to me, and he said, "I could not do what you guys do. That's too scary." And I kind of looked at him. I said, wow, how can that be? You run into burning buildings. And he said, you know what? Fire is not evil. Fire does what fire does. So you guys are attacked because of who you are, because of the badges that you wear, the uniform you put on. You're attacked by evil people. So he goes, I couldn't do that because I know how fire operates. I don't know how people operate. You know, when you lose a deputy or an officer, it will shake that agency to its very core. And not just the agency, it shakes the entire community. I know because, as one of the names that were read, Deputy Sam Brownlee from Weld County, he was killed on November 23rd, 2010. And I think it's important not just to read the names, but you need to know who these people are. Sam was probably one of the kindest, and if I dare say, sweetest man I've ever met. He was a good guy, always came into work with a smile on his face. My door would be open 95% of the time, and he'd walk by my door, and he'd poke his head in and say, Sheriff, how are you? Did you have a good weekend? Do you need anything? Can I get you something? And that's the kind of guy that Sam was. But on November 23rd, there was a chase that came out of Morgan County. And he got involved in the chase. The car got stopped in the city of Evans. And this guy was a gangbanger. And he was on probation for taking a baseball bat to an elderly man just about a year before that. A scuffle ensued, and they both went down to the ground. And somehow, nobody seems to know, somehow the gangbanger got Deputy Brownlee's gun. When they go to the ground, 3 shots were fired by the suspect, hitting Deputy Brownlee 3 times in his bulletproof vest. The vest did its job on 2 of the bullets. The third bullet, it was so quirky that it was at such an angle, it hit the vest, went along the side of the vest, and it hit one of the points on his star. It ricocheted up through his face and lodged in his brain, and he died instantly. Some people say, you know, or would say, hey, he's a hero. And I bet you Sam would say he's not a hero. He was doing his job. He was part of the thin blue line that separates anarchy from a civilized society. I think Sam was a hero, but then again, I think everybody that puts on the badge, puts on the uniform, is a hero for risking their lives, going out there, not knowing what's going to happen, not knowing if the next traffic stop's going to be their last, or if that domestic violence might be their last. 126 officers last year killed for doing their job. I remember when we dedicated our Peace Officer Memorial in Weld County, because we've had 7 killed in the line of duty since Weld County came into being. And we dedicated a memorial, not just for Sam, but for all 7. And one of the district judges came up to me and started talking to me, and I thanked him for being here. And he said, you know what, it was an honor to be here, because assault on a peace officer is an assault on society itself. And I couldn't agree more with that. When we did the First Responder Day a couple of months ago, you know, I said to them, to all of them, the fire, the EMTs, and the law enforcement, that I will defend them to the death. And I will say that again today. I will defend you, the profession, to the death, because that's what you do for us every single day. So I'd like to close this kind of the same way I started, with a Bible verse, John 15:13. No greater love has a man than this, to lay down one's life for his friends. Well, law enforcement doesn't just do it for their friends. They do it for us in here. They do it for their communities. They do it for the entire state of Colorado. And if love is laying down your life for a friend, just think what a greater love that is, to lay down your life for a complete stranger. So I'd like to thank the men and women of law enforcement and for coming down here, because it's an honor for me to do this resolution today.
Is there further discussion? Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we want to remember folks in all 64 counties of the state of Colorado, 64 counties who have their sheriffs and their law enforcement folks who have given so much of their time. I also want to take an opportunity to thank law enforcement for the incredible partnering that law enforcement is doing these days as communities come together to find even better ways and more ways to keep both our law enforcement leaders and our community members safe. We honor those law enforcement personnel who are not with us today, and honor those of you who are here as you put your bodies here as a remembrance of those of your colleagues who have fallen and who are no longer with us today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm thinking back to Friday when I presented a quick tribute to the Stanley Lake High School students who started Day Without Hate. And I read their motto for 2015, which is, "If everyone matters, no one is forgotten." I think that really helps with some of the differences that our law enforcement folks have been going through over, especially the last year. I think that was a remarkably healing motto for these students to come up with. If everyone matters, no one is forgotten. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this, and I want to thank all those of you that joined us today. Over the years, I've had an opportunity to speak on this. I wanted to share a little bit with you from a friend whose name you heard read on the resolution. We've had his wife and his family here over the years. She wasn't able to join us today. I just wanted to share, though, and I was sharing this with Sheriff/Senator Cook this morning, the unit coin that I now have that commemorates the life and the service of Detective Jared Jensen. His end of watch was February 22nd, 2006. Virtue is bold, and goodness never fearful. In valor there is hope. I think these are the sentiments that are shared by all who have had their end of watch come too soon.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, rise in support of this resolution. And I think most of you know my former husband was in law enforcement, and there is this, this common practice of those who are in service where if you know you are the spouse or the partner, you walk in and you know your back is going to be facing the door, that their back will never be facing the door. And that is literally how my former husband used to operate. Eyes always out looking, even when you're off duty, looking around in any room that they're going into, any establishment that they're going to, any park or family gathering even. And even though they're off duty, they're really never off duty. So I wanted to say thank you to those of you who are still serving, for those we are honoring today who have fallen. But also I wanted to give a shout out for all of those spouses and families and partners out there who from day to day, hour by hour, never know when they're going to get that call and when somebody is going to show up on their doorstep. And I just want to give a shout out to them that we sometimes forget that there are those waiting at home never knowing, but who are very supportive of the ones serving. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Senator Martinez-Humenick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this resolution, and I want to thank everyone who is here today from law enforcement. You do not have an easy job. Each day you go out there, you never know what you're going to face. Your dedication to public service is commendable, and the actions of few are not what is reflected by the many people who are here and the many people who serve in our police departments. It's a band of brothers and sisters. You share in the loss anytime one of your fellow officers goes down. We too share in that loss, and I wanted to just say thank you for your service to our citizens and the residents of Colorado, for the actions, the things that you do to protect us every single day.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a tough time to be in law enforcement right now. It seems like there's attacks coming from all sides. And so if we'd have read that entire resolution, there were, I believe, 289 names, and we just started at the year 2000. There were peace officers, deputies, troopers, police officers from all four corners of the state, from every single jurisdiction that we represent in here today. So I would ask, when you see one of your deputies, your troopers, or your police officers, just go up and thank them. That would go a long way, because you know they deserve it. They have a tough job, and they lay down, like I said, they lay down their lives or get attacked. There was 58,000 attacks last year. That equals 161 attacks per day across this country on peace officers. So when you see them, just thank them for the wonderful job that they do.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We renew our motion for the adoption of Joint Resolution 23.
You have heard the motion. Is there further discussion? In honor of their service and their sacrifice, we will do a standing roll call, and the Senate chimes will ring. Just before we do that, we do have a little amendment that we need to add. Mr. Majors, would you please read the amendment?
Amendment L001.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is adding the word professional to the resolution, and we're striking on page 10, lines 13 through 17, because there was somehow the wrong names got put in the wrong day, so we're correcting that by saying that the names of the officers that were killed in 2013 were actually killed in 2013, and we're also just changing the President of the County Sheriffs of Colorado to Rick Dunlap.
We are sure your colleagues are familiar with extra paperwork.
Yes, yeah.
Senator Cook.
So, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move Amendment 001.
Is there further discussion? Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment 1 is adopted. We are now back to the motion. Mr. Majors, would you please poll the senators?
Senators Aguilar. Aguilar, aye. Balmer. Balmer, aye. Baumgardner. Baumgardner, aye. Carroll. Carroll, aye. Cook.
Aye.
Cook, aye. Crowder. Crowder, aye. Donovan. Donovan, aye. Garcia. Garcia, aye. Grantham. Grantham, aye. Guzman.
Aye.
Guzman, aye. Heath. Heath, aye. Hill. Hill, aye. Hodge. Hodge, aye. Holbert. Holbert, aye. John. John, aye. Johnston. Johnston, aye. Jones. Jones, aye. Cafalis. Cafalis, aye. Kerr. Kerr, aye. Lambert. Lambert, aye. Lundberg. Lundberg, aye. Marble. Marble, aye. Martinez Jimenez. Martinez Jimenez, aye. Merrifield. Merrifield, aye. Neville. Neville, aye. Newell. Newell, aye. Roberts. Roberts, aye. Scheffel. Scheffel, aye. Scott. Scott, aye. Sonnenberg. Sonnenberg, aye. Stedman. Stedman, aye. Todd. Todd, aye. Ulibarri. Ulibarri, aye. Woods. Woods, aye. Mr. President.
Aye.
Mr. President, aye.
With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 23 is adopted. Senator Guzman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the morning roll call become sponsors of this bill, co-sponsors of this bill.
Without objection, the morning roll call will be added as co-sponsors. The Senate will stand in a brief recess so we can greet our honored guests. The Senate will come back to order, and we are going to continue to proceed out of order under the current procession that is out of order. To recognize Senator Todd for a moment of personal privilege to introduce some very special guests to the Senate chamber. Colleagues, may we have your attention? Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. And I am so pleased this morning to have several special guests this morning. As you know, I'm from Aurora, and Aurora is a very multicultural city that has many countries and many languages represented. This morning, we have several students and a teacher that represent Aurora, and I would like to introduce them first for special recognition. We are so pleased that over 9 students in Aurora have received the Daniel Scholars Fund, or have been recognized as Daniel Scholars, and this is a very prestigious award. If you are not familiar with that, it's a very competitive and rigorous application and interview process. Thousands of students across Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming pursue acceptance of scholarship programs, and this morning we have 3 of those 9 students from Aurora Public Schools, and I will introduce them in just a moment. And then we also have a teacher that is recognized for the Joe Todd Annual Service Award from the Colorado Council for Exceptional Children. And this award recognizes education professional, paraprofessional who has contributed outstanding service for exceptional children in Colorado. Now, the reason that I'm introducing them is that they are very representative of the multicultural experience that we have in the city of Aurora and through our high schools. In many ways, we are like a mini United Nations in both Aurora and Cherry Creek. And this morning, we have 3 of those students. We have Marcus Aguilar, Shirley Tanverde, and Oscar Benios Ruiz. I'm not sure if I'm totally pronouncing those correctly, and teacher Dina Jocelyn Custer. If you will join me in welcoming them, and then I do have some other very special guests that will tie into, again, the multicultural experience that is in our great city of Aurora. So please join me in welcoming these students and teachers of great acclaim.
Senator Todd, that will be $4.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm glad to pay that. In addition to that, again, as we talked about the multicultural piece of Colorado and of Aurora specifically, we are joined this morning by, and I'm going to ask he and his entourage to stand so that you can recognize him as I tell you a little bit about him. Senegal is a fast-growing nation and a partner with the United States in a variety of areas. Both of our economies stand to benefit from the increased trade. This morning, we have the honor of being joined by Babacar Dieng. He is now the ambassador to Senegal from the United States. He was appointed by President Barack Obama on November 18th, 2014. He was born on April 16th, so just recently, in 1951, and he received an arts degree from the University of Dakar. Then he went to France and received an education degree and also a journalism degree in 1981. He returned to Africa and worked as a reporter and an editor, and the communication company in Gabon is similar to our very own Good Morning America, and that is where he was currently serving. He was appointed the Director General of Senegal's State Radio and TV Service, and his legacy includes putting on popular shows and bringing in a modern flavor to Senegal. We are delighted to have him with us today, and also Mr. Mamadou Louam, and again, I apologize if I'm not saying that correctly, with the embassy in Washington, D.C. We are delighted to have you here in Colorado. I told him he has to come back because we usually have blue skies and sunshine. And so we are so delighted to have you with us here on the Senate floor this morning. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador.
Third reading of bills consent calendar. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to all of the third reading of bills or not? Never mind. Senator Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would move that the special order's second reading of bills calendar follow the general order's second reading of bills calendar.
We're late.
To follow the second reading.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The special order second reading of bills calendar will lay over to follow third readings, which now takes us to number 9 on my agenda, which is the third reading of bills consent calendar. Now, Mr. Majors, read those bills.
Senate Bill 264 by Senator Johnson and Representative Kagan concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law. House Bill 1310 by Representative Reagan and Senator Baumgartner concerning the authority of the Division of Parks and Wildlife to acquire real property for their Garfield County Administrative Office and Public Service Center in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1232 by Representatives Janal Landgraf and Senators Todd and Martinez amended concerning the emergency use of epinephrine auto-injectors by authorized entities in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1016 by Representative Quorum and Senator Sonnenberg concerning the incentives for precipitation harvesting and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1277 by Representative Vigil and Senator Sonnenberg concerning measures to effectuate the conservation of native species in Colorado and in connection therewith making appropriations from the Species Conservation Trust Fund for purposes recommended by the Department of Natural Resources. Senate Bill 253 by Senator Sonnenberg, Representative Vigil concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Sheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt all the bills on the third reading of bills for final passage consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 264, House Bill 1310, House Bill 1232, House Bill 1016, House Bill 1277, and Senate Bill 253.
The motion before us is the adoption of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Is there further discussion on any of those bills? Discussion. Senator Neville. Seeing none, are there any no votes on any of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar? Senator Neville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no on House Bill 1310, House Bill 1232, House Bill 1016, and House Bill 1277.
Senator Neville will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1310, House Bill 1232, House Bill 1016, and House Bill 1277. Are there additional no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 264 is adopted. Co-sponsors. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1310 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Jones. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1232 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Newell. Senator Kafalis. Senator Kerr. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1016 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Crowder. Mr. Majority Leader. Senator Lundberg, Senator Baumgardner, with 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1277 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Jones, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Newell, with 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 253 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Crowder, Senator Grantham, Senator Lambert, Senator Roberts, Senator Lundberg, Senator Scott, Senator Baumgardner, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Newell, Senator Woods, Senator Martinez-Humenick. Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Johnston, Senator Heath, third reading of bills. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 135?
Senate Bill 135 by Senators Martinez, Minnick, and John, Representatives Lepsok and Sane, concerning modifications to statutory provisions governing urban redevelopment affecting public bodies in connection with urban renewal projects.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over Senate Bill 135 to April 28.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 135 will lay over until April 28th. Mr. Majors, please read the title to Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Hill and Merrifield, Representatives Becker, J. and Singer, concerning accountability in public schools in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over Senate Bill 257 to April 28.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 257 will lay over until April 28th. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1284?
House Bill 1284 by Representatives Winter and Rubin, Senators Grantham and Hodge, concerning measures to enhance program efficiency for shared photovoltaic energy generation facilities.
Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1284 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1284. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville, Senator Woods, Senator Marble, Senator Holbert, Senator Scott, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lambert, Senator Hill, with 26 ayes, Senator Heath. These are no votes on House Bill 1284. Senator Heath will be recorded as a yes vote. With 26 ayes, 9 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1284 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Jones, Senator Heath, Senator Kerr, Senator Aguilar, Senator Kafalis, Senator Donovan. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senator Sonnenberg and Representatives Winter and Carver concerning a determination that water detention facilities designed to mitigate the adverse effects of stormwater runoff do not materially injure water rights.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 212 on third reading and final passage.
You have heard the motion. Is there further discussion? The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes? Senator Garcia, Senator Crowder, with 33 ayes, 2 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 212 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Holbert, Senator Kafalis, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Guzman, Senator Cook, Senator Merrifield, Senator Scott, Senator Woods, Senator Neville. Senator Marble. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1267?
House Bill 1267 by Representative Salazar and Senator Guzman concerning conditions of probation relating to medical marijuana.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1267 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1267. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1267 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Kerr, Senator Stedman, Senator Grantham, Mr. Majors, would you Senator Todd, please read the title to House Bill 1337.
House Bill 1337 by Representative Williams and Senator Newell concerning placement stability for children.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1337 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1337. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1337 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Lambert, Mr. Majority Leader, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Heath, Senator Crowder, Senator Lundberg, Senator Roberts, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Merrifield, Senator Todd, Senator Guzman, Senator Stedman, Senator Kafalis, Senator Aguilar, Senator Kerr, Senator Grantham, Senator Johnston. Please add the President. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 270?
Senate Bill 270 by Senator Lambert and Representative Reagan concerning the creation of the Office of the State Architect and in connection therewith adding statewide planning responsibilities and making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 270 on third reading and final passage.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 270. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 270 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, please add the President. Too late. If you miss your opportunity to add yourself as co-sponsors as we read the next bill, you can let the secretary know, but I will cover you on this one. Senator Todd, Senator John, Senator Sonnenberg, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1233?
House Bill 1233 by Representative Landgraf and Senator Aguilar concerning the creation of the Respite Care Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of House Bill 1233 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1233. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble, Senator Lundberg, Senator Neville, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Woods, Senator Holbert, Senator Hill, with 27 ayes, 8 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1233 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Merrifield, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Kafalis, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Todd, Senator Hodge, Senator Kerr, Senator Heath, Senator Stedman, Senator Guzman, Senator Newell, Senator Jones. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1180?
House Bill 1180 by Representatives Grathorpe and Wilson and Senators Heath and Holberg concerning the creation of a state sales and use tax refund for tangible personal property that is used in Colorado for research and development by qualified medical technology or clean technology taxpayer.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1180 in third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1180. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Lundberg, Senator Woods, Senator Lambert, Senator Neville, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Scott, Senator Hill. With 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1180 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Crowder, Senator Kerr, Senator Merrifield, Senator Todd, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1030?
House Bill 1030 by Representative Landgraf and Senator Crowder concerning the establishment of an employment services for veterans pilot program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. This on House Bill 1030, I ask for third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1030. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville, Senator Woods, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lundberg, Senator Marble, Senator Holbert, Senator Baumgardner, with 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1030 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Garcia, Senator Newell, Senator Kerr, Senator Kafalis, Senator Todd, Senator Hodge, Senator Merrifield, Senator Heath, Senator Guzman, Senator Aguilar, Senator Roberts, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1033?
House Bill 1033 by Representative Primavera and Senator Crowder concerning long-term strategies to address Colorado's aging population in connection therewith, creating a strategy action planning group to develop a comprehensive long-term action plan for Colorado's aging population and making an appropriation.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1033 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1033. Are there any no votes? Senator Lundberg, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Hill. Oh. Is that right? Yes. Senator Marble, Senator Neville, Senator Holbert, Senator Lambert, Senator Sonnenberg. With 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1033 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Senator Guzman, Senator Merrifield, Senator Todd, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Heath, Senator Aguilar, Senator Kafalis, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Garcia, Senator Kerr, Senator Newell, Senator Stedman, Senator Hodge, Senator Jones, Senator Donovan, Senator Johnston, Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1270.
House Bill 1270 by Representatives Duran and Foote, Senators Todd and Woods, concerning authorization for local education providers to operate pathways to technology early college high schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I move House Bill 151270 on third and final passage.
Senator Woods.
And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1270. Are there any no votes? Senator Marble, Senator Holbert, Senator Lambert, Senator Neville, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Sonnenberg, with 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1270 is adopted. Co-sponsors: Mr. Majority Leader, Senator Heath, Senator Hill, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Merrifield, Senator Johnston, Senator Garcia, Senator John, Senator Kerr, Senator Kafalis, Senator Newell, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1252?
House Bill 1252 by Representative Mitch Bush and Senator Sonnenberg concerning extension of the number of years the individual income tax return includes voluntary contribution designation for the Colorado Healthy Rivers Fund.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill, or House Bill 1252 on third reading, final passage.
Is there further discussion? The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1252. Are there any no votes? Senator Lambert, Senator Marble, Senator Lundberg. Mr. Majors, would you please, oh, excuse me. I think we better announce this one. With 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1252 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Merrifield, Senator Kafalis, Senator Guzman, Senator Donovan, Senator Aguilar, Senator Newell, Senator Kerr, Senator Todd, Senator Jones, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1248?
House Bill 1248 by Representative Singer, Senator Hill, concerning limited access by private child placement agencies to records relating to child abuse or neglect for purposes of ensuring safe placements for foster children in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move House Bill 1248 and ask for your support.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1248. Are there any no votes? Senator Neville, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Marble, with 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1248 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Kerr, Senator Newell, Senator Stedman, Senator Heath, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Kafalis, Senator Todd, Senator Merrifield, Senator Guzman, Senator Johnston, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side of House Bill 1267, I move the Senate reconsider House Bill 1267.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate will reconsider House Bill 1267. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1267?
House Bill 1267 by Representative Salazar and Senator Guzman, concerning conditions of probation relating to medical marijuana.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1267 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1267. Are there any no votes? Senator Cook. With 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1267 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Scheffel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, let me just tell you the game plan here before I make a motion. We're going to move into second orders, with your approval, combining today's special orders, which is Senate Bill 141 and House Bill 1219, We're then going to pick up the second reading calendar, Senate Bill 268 and Senate Bill 232, and we're going to pick up one bill from tomorrow's second reading calendar, House Bill 1181. We're going to do them in, we're going to do Senate Bill 268 first, Senate Bill 232, followed by House Bill 1181, and followed by Senate Bill 141 and House Bill 1219. With that, Mr. President, I move the Senate take up special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 11:27, comprised of Senate Bill 268, Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1181, Senate Bill 141, and House Bill 1219. Ask for an aye vote.
Do you have the calendar? I set mine somewhere. The motion before us is to take up special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 11:27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate President will recognize momentarily Senator Woods as soon as we have the calendars out for everybody. We will stand in a brief recess. Great. That's a good step. The Senate will come back to order. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders second reading of bills calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders second reading of bills. Senator Woods will take the chair.
Committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 268?
Senate Bill 268 by Senator Cadman concerning offenses against an unborn child.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move Senate Bill 268.
To the bill, Senator Cadman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Colleagues, Senate Bill 268 is about justice. Senate Bill 268 would provide for a law that would fill a significant gap in Colorado statutes. What is that gap? When certain crimes are committed in this state against a pregnant woman and her unborn child, our statutes do not afford justice for both victims. Senate Bill 268 provides recognition for both a pregnant woman and her unborn baby under limited circumstances. Under limited circumstances. And allows that charges be brought that recognize the mother, of course, and the baby in our justice system. Without 268, both victims, when they're victims of a violent act, are not protected under our laws. Without Senate Bill 268, justice is not afforded to both victims under our laws. Without this proposal, Colorado will continue to be one of a very few states, think about that, one of a very few states that exempts from prosecution for both victims, people who harm or kill an unborn child against the wishes of the mother, against the wishes of the mother. That's the caveat that's going to be repeated often today. Against the wishes of the mother. Of course, our conscience was shaken when we learned that Michelle Wilkins was viciously attacked and her baby daughter, Aurora, was literally cut out of her womb. I can't think of, and I'm probably nobody here can think of a more violent, horrific kidnapping attempt, because that's what this was. It was a kidnapping attempt. Somebody attempting to steal the child that hadn't been born yet. Think about that. A kidnapping attempt. This was the attempt to kidnap a baby before it was born, and it didn't just go horribly wrong. It was horribly wrong from the start. It ended in the horrific, unthinkable injury of Michelle and the death of her baby, Aurora. In Colorado, we have over 60,000, I believe last year, 66,000 babies born every year. They should receive the same protection and justice under Colorado law that they would get in most other states and at the federal level. One of the articles cited this crime as the crime of the century because of the horrific nature of it. But there are stories, story after story after story, about women being attacked in Colorado in some fashion where their baby is hurt or killed and there is no justice for that baby. This is not a new situation, although I would say the details of this crime are as horrific as they could be. In 2003, Daniel Self was charged with killing his girlfriend, Leah. She was 7 months pregnant. Leah died 2 days after she was shot, and her son Jeremiah was delivered by doctors via cesarean section. He died 2 weeks after from complications. Colorado provided no prosecution for the wrongful death of that unborn child and the commission of that violent act. Amanda Hansen was 4 months pregnant when she was strangled. The murderer was not charged of the death of her unborn child. Amanda's mom, Erin, said her unborn grandson had as much right to live as Amanda did. They were both killed. His life was intentionally taken, she said. Another woman is going to die, and that woman's going to be pregnant, and her killer is not going to be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. This was the mother of a double homicide victim, mother and grandmother of a daughter and her grandson. She was prophetic in her words in 2002. Let me share with you those words again. Another woman is going to die, and that woman's going to be pregnant, and her killer's not going to be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. The killer of Aurora Wilkins was not charged with first-degree murder. Shea Lennon was 8.5 months pregnant when she was struck by a drug addict driving on the wrong side of the road while under the influence. Lennon's daughter, Lillet, was born alive via emergency C-section, but the child died within hours. Colorado courts ruled that the driver could not be charged with first-degree murder with extreme indifference. While here the child was alive at the time of the defendant's alleged criminal act, she had not been born, the appeals court said. Therefore, she was not a person within the meaning of state murder laws, which is what Senate Bill 268 gets to. State murder laws are acts of violence. This is an area that cries out for new legislation, the judge contended. This cries out for new legislation. I believe the Aurora theater shooting trial starts today. The alleged victim, the alleged perpetrator, pardon me, actually claimed a 13th victim when a pregnant mother who survived the attack suffered a miscarriage following surgery. Ashley was 8 weeks pregnant when she was shot 3 times at the theater. Her 6-year-old daughter, Veronica, was also killed. James Holmes was not charged with an additional count of homicide for the death of Ashley's unborn child. A 160-plus counts in the Aurora theater shooting, and no representation, no justice called out for another victim in Colorado. Disregarded under our laws. Disregarded as if they didn't exist. Laura Gorham was 34 weeks pregnant when she was struck by a reckless driver as she crossed the street. Emergency responders rushed Laura into intensive care to save her life, but her unborn son tragically died in the collision. 34 weeks. Once again, no criminal charges for the death of Laura's unborn son. Once again, another victim disregarded under Colorado law. Once again. When will it stop? Lori Stodgill was 28 weeks pregnant when on New Year's Day she began vomiting and feeling short of breath. Her husband, Jeremy, took her to the emergency room of St. Thomas More, where she collapsed and went into cardiac arrest. Doctors and nurses tried to revive Lori but were unsuccessful. Medical personnel refused to deliver her unborn twins via an emergency C-section, and both of her unborn children died too. Under Colorado law, there could be no claims for the wrongful death of 28-week-old twins. 28 weeks. Heather Surovic was 8 months pregnant when a repeat drunk driver slammed into her car. And although she survived, her unborn son Brady did not. Because Colorado did not recognize Brady as a person, there was no prosecution at all for his tragic death. The drunk driver was only charged with damage to Heather's vehicle. Brady was 8 pounds, 2 ounces. No justice in Colorado for Brady. None. None. In June of 2013, Army Staff Sergeant David Dunlap and his wife Whitney were gunned down during a home invasion. Mako was convicted of 1 first-degree murder, actually, I believe 2. Whitney Butler was pregnant with a baby girl. No justice for her. And the last story is the most recent story, and you are all too familiar with that story. Yesterday, there was an editorial in the Colorado Springs Gazette. The title said, "Let's rush to bring Colorado out of the dark ages." Let's rush to bring Colorado out of the dark ages into the 21st century. I would agree, we need to bring Colorado out of the dark ages in this area. Rush. Maybe the rush is the reference to the remainder of the session, but this has been a gap in our justice system for years and years and years. Those weren't recent cases I was sharing with you. This goes back almost a dozen years of cases where there were 2 victims and justice in our courts was delivered for one and denied for the other. Their article shared some of the Judiciary Committee. It said, "We brought in former Attorney General John Suthers and 3 others with significant law enforcement backgrounds to sell the Senate Judiciary Committee on the need for a bill to protect unborn babies from murder and other violent crimes." It mentions the outcome of the vote and that the bill heads to the Senate floor. This is from former Attorney General Suthers. "The federal government and 38 states have done the right thing in enacting laws to protect the unborn child, but Colorado has not." Colorado has not, Suthers explained. In the 29 states that have state laws almost identical to this bill, those laws have not impinged on a woman's right to abortion. Have not impinged on a woman's right. The article goes on, "For better or worse, this law could not infringe on a woman's right to abortion. The U.S. Supreme Court took abortion rights away from state governments with its decision in Roe v. Wade, and only the Supreme Court can restore that authority to the states. And even if the court were to do so, consider that Colorado had the most permissive abortion laws in the country before R v. Wade was decided." Suthers has tried for years to get a fetal homicide law, having seen too many families suffer the loss of preborn infants to drunken drivers, to domestic abusers, to violent predators. The most glaring example of our state's barbaric legal deficiency, came last month after Aurora Wilkins, a nearly full-term fetus, was cut from her mother's womb in Longmont and left to die in a bathtub. Although the suspect's husband saw the baby struggling to survive, Boulder District Attorney Stan Garnett said state statutes gave him no solid option to charge her with murder. In most progressive states, such as California, the suspect would face first-degree murder charges. Here's a very famous case you are probably familiar with. Scott Peterson, sits on California's death row for killing his unborn son. Had the crime against Aurora Wilkins and her mother happened on a military base or other federal property, the federal government could levy murder charges. The legislature has less than 2 weeks this session to do the right thing and put this bill on Governor Hickenlooper's desk. Repeat, this bill is not about abortion, not by any stretch of the imagination. Those who oppose and defend abortion rights need to stand back and stay out of the discussion. These are not my words. Courts are not having problems interpreting statutes like this one, Suthers said. Colorado should join the federal government and other states that make fetal homicide a crime. Families of crimes deserve justice. Society demands justice. Senate Bill 268 is simple. Senate Bill 268 is just. It allows the prosecution of people who harm or kill an unborn child against the wishes of the mother. Makes sense. Against the wishes of the mother. The bill does not seek to overturn Roe versus Wade, nor can it, nor will it. That is the law of the land. States do not have this power or this authority for any exceptions to that. The court asserted the sole discretion of a woman to make those decisions for herself. The sole discretion of a woman under the First, the Fourth, the Ninth, and the 14th Amendments created what the court called a zone of privacy to make such a personal decision based on her convictions, and this is inviolate. This is protected. It is guaranteed. There are no state laws that could challenge this. 268 was drafted based on existing laws in more than 36 states, existing laws that are proven to protect a woman's right to her own health care choices and to protect a woman's unborn child. 37 states and the federal government have homicide laws that apply to pregnancy, recognizing the unborn child as a victim in some circumstances, and frankly, they are very limited circumstances. There have been numerous legal challenges made to state fetal homicide laws asserting that they violate Roe versus Wade or other Supreme Court precedents. But state and federal courts, including the state Supreme Courts of California, of Pennsylvania, and Minnesota, have rejected these challenges, which means states can protect a woman's right, and that includes the right of her unborn child when she's trying to carry it to term. The U.S. Supreme Court has held that states are free to enact laws that recognize unborn children as long as the state does not include restrictions on abortion that Roe forbids. That's the bottom line. The Supreme Court said we can do both. States can do both, and Colorado has not. The Supreme Court said we can, and Senate Bill 268 says we should. Attorney General Suthers testified to the specific applications of the bill, designating an unborn baby as a victim for the sole purpose of criminality, which means only recognized when a violent act is committed against the mother's will. It only applies for the sole purpose of criminality under murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide, vehicular homicide, assault in the first degree, assault in the second degree, assault in the third degree, and vehicular homicide. You will probably agree that when one of these happens to a mother and her child, that these are against her will. And if you do agree, then you should support Senate Bill 268. I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any other discussion? Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start with a quote, and I want to point out at the beginning that this is a quote because it does mention the sponsor of this bill by name, and I want to make clear up front, I am not saying it as the person at the well speaking, but this is a quote from one of the witnesses in committee. Everyone knows that Senate Bill 268 was introduced by President Cadman and other members of the General Assembly in response to the horrific case in Longmont recently, in which an 8-month pregnant woman, I'm going to leave out her name, was attacked and left for dead. This quote was not from one of the opponents of Senate Bill 268, but was in fact a high-paid Washington, D.C. lawyer who was flown out specifically to testify in support of Senate Bill 268. Again, let me say, everybody knows that Senate Bill 268 was introduced in response to this horrific case. That horrific case happened 41 days ago. 41 days ago from today. Today is day 111 of this session. And this bill has already been introduced, passed through committee, and is here on the floor of the Senate for debate. 41 days after a specific case happened. And as is acknowledged by everyone, a horrific case attack happened. 41 days. This is the same body that has legislation that was introduced 111 days ago that still has not been heard in committee, the first committee, yet 41 days ago, and this bill is now on the floor of the Senate. Proponents claim it is being pushed to ensure that enhanced sentencing options are available to address tragic circumstances when someone attacks a pregnant woman and results in injuries to her and her fetus. The fact is that Colorado already has laws in place to deal with these exact horrible situations. 38 states, according to NCSL, 38 states already have these laws. In fact, of those 38 states listed by NCSL, Colorado is one of them. A nonpartisan organization that has been created by state legislatures to make sure that we have good information when we are writing and drafting bills and when we're debating them, that we have good information. Colorado is listed as one of those 38 states. According to the National Advocates for Pregnant Women, these 38 states Virtually all of the laws on the books in these 38 states were passed in the wake of shocking acts of violence against pregnant women, and with the promise that they would protect pregnant women and their unborn children from harm. Yet not a shred of evidence exists to show that these laws have reduced violence against pregnant women. Read a little of the testimony of some folks who testified against this bill. This is from Denise Maez from the ACLU. Thank you. The events that provide the genesis of this bill are frankly horrific, terrible. And as policymakers, there is and should be a desire to address those events in the law. Ironically, however, this bill does not address, again, I'm not going to say the family's name, but the family's tragedy. The laws enumerated in the bill addressed intent, and as the sponsor of the bill said, the defendant had no intent to hurt the child to be. Quite the opposite. The defendant wanted that child to be alive, to kidnap. As we look at current law, then, we see there is no gap. The Crimes Against Women Act suffices. This law alone would put away the defendant, so just that one law would put away the defendant for 32 plus years. Add this with the other charges against her, and this defendant will likely never see a day outside of prison. So on the one hand, this bill doesn't address this family's tragedy, and there is no gap in the law. But there are some other consequences. The exceptions listed in the bill apply only to requests of a mother. What about a woman who needs emergency medical treatment and cannot consent? Is the doctor liable in those cases? The exceptions speak to acts of a woman. What about failures to act? Omissions of action? What about the pregnant woman who continues to live in a battered relationship and who miscarried as a result? Is she liable for continuing with that relationship? And also troubling is language that the exceptions apply only to criminal prosecutions. Are civil suits permissible? Can the father sue the mother when she miscarried, alleging negligent care? There are too many questions and too much lack of clarity. Now, I know part of the, and we heard loud and clear, part of the reason that this bill addresses criminal statute is to make sure that we are addressing criminal statute. And yet that question on civil prosecutions, I personally think is a big question mark to going down a slippery slope. But we had multiple opponents of the bill testifying how they were confused that after Colorado has passed laws or has not passed laws dealing with personhood, how we could then put personhood into statute. 3 places, in fact, in this very short bill. Let me quote a couple of these. The term person includes an unborn child at every stage of gestation, from conception until live birth. Person, when referring to the victim of a homicide, means a human being and includes an unborn child at every stage of gestation, from conception until live birth. Person, when referring to the victim of an assault, means a human being and includes an unborn child at every stage of gestation, from conception until live birth. The voters of Colorado have been very clear that they do not want the definition of personhood in our Constitution. They do not want it in state statute, and this bill puts it in 3 times. Again, the words of a Washington, D.C. lawyer flown out to Colorado to support this bill. Everyone knows that Senate Bill 268 was introduced by President Cadman and other members of the General Assembly in response to the horrific case in Longmont. Ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 268.
Mr. President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I wish I had high-priced lawyers on staff locally like the first opponents of this bill did. They would have saved some travel time. I'm pretty sure the hired guns from Planned Parenthood don't work for free, and I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. Day 111. It's never too late to do the right thing in this body. Legislative Day 111 out of 120, lots of time left. Matter of fact, my distinguished colleague, one of your colleagues, is asking me for a late bill even this morning. I'm trying to cut them down to 4 or 5 an hour now. Day 111. I think we're only a few days past where we were in 13 when the crimes against pregnant women came through. So I'm not really sure what the issue is. We have 120 days. There's a lot of time left. I guess what we should ask ourselves, since this really isn't about one case, and I shared with you 10 cases from a dozen years, 10 cases from a dozen years. This was not about the Wilkins. This is about justice and the gap in Colorado law that doesn't provide it when there are 2 victims of a crime. That's it. That's it. Maybe the question that we should ask ourselves on day 111, why did we wait so long? Why did we wait so long? Maybe this should have been the first bill. There have been other bills over the years to do similar legislation. Why did we wait so long? As far as the NCSL, even in their information, they share that some are specific to acts against, quote, pregnant women, again, 1 victim, and others. Colorado is one of those. Colorado doesn't qualify as having protection in a situation like this. Even our district attorneys will tell you that. Colorado has no provision for justice. None. For the second victim. None. 32 years. Sure, that's enough. Yeah, that's enough. You know, if you walk in to a convenience store and you pull out a knife and you use it to threaten the store clerk and you just take a piece of candy, you can get 32 years for that. 32 years for that. But if you walk in, find a pregnant woman and use a similar device and take her child, you can get 32 years for that. The Denver Post said, how can this be equitable? How can this be equitable? It can't. They don't even compare. They don't even compare. There are some concerns that were just brought up about the definitions of a person. But again, Attorney General Suthers said it is for the sole purpose of criminality. Here's the CRS that it applies to, and I already shared with with you earlier what they are, the 9 areas of law where it would apply only for the sole purpose of criminality when there are 2 victims, no other time. And what's really interesting, frankly, is we don't even need those exclusions or those exemptions in the opening part of this bill, because the Supreme Court has already covered this country with that blanket of protection. With that blanket of protection, there is nothing we can say or do that eliminates the rights of women to make those incredibly personal decisions. So I don't know why we're so afraid of terminology here. We shouldn't be. And let me share with you what the federal law says. The federal law. As used in this section, the term unborn child means a child is in utero. And the term child in utero, or child who is in utero, means a member of the species Homo sapiens at any stage of development who is carried in the womb. So let's not get caught on definitions. We don't need the definitions, because it really doesn't matter for the purposes of this bill when a child is conceived or how far along they are in the process, or whether it's 1 week or 5 weeks or 10 weeks or 30 weeks. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is who or when killed them. Who killed them? When did they do it? How did they do it? And the other caveat that I shared, against the mother's wishes. Against the mother's wishes. It was interesting, some of the witnesses and also one of the articles in the paper have now asserted that this bill was based on political motivations. I'm going to show you what my motivations were. The footprints of my youngest son, Alex, when he was born. Because as we were getting ready to run a bill, and we hadn't really determined that I would be the sponsor, I got home that Friday afternoon. My wife had been spring cleaning, and these were just sitting there next to her computer with 1,000 other things. I hadn't decided to do this bill as the sponsor until I was motivated by these. And I keep thinking, if somebody had attacked my wife the day before he was born, or the hour before he was born, or the week before he was born and caused his death, wouldn't we grieve just as if we had lost our child? I'm pretty sure we would have. I'm pretty sure any of us would have. Because it wouldn't have mattered what the law said. We would have known what the loss was. If you attack a mom and you kill her baby, it's murder. It's murder. It was cited that this does not provide protection. Well, we can't protect everybody with our laws. These laws do nothing to protect anybody, frankly. But what they do provide when someone's been injured or harmed is justice. 32 years, that's enough. 32 years, that's enough. Really? Is that enough? Is it enough to convict somebody of 1 or 2 crimes? To sentence them to the max of 1 or 2 crimes? Because if it is, because we know they can't serve more than 1 life sentence. We know you cannot give someone the death penalty more than once. So if it is, how come each murder victim in Aurora is represented in a court of law with 2 murder counts? Each murder victim, 2 murder counts. 160 counts. We heard 1 is not being represented. And you know what that is? That's not protection. We can't bring those victims back. That's justice. That's what justice demands. That's what makes us a civil society. That's the difference. Senate Bill 268 is about justice. It's about justice. I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to this bill, and I appreciate the measured and thoughtful debate we're giving it this morning, because this is something that we should not rush into. Many things need to be said, sort of as a preface to when we're going to get down to talking about the actual language this bill proposes to put into statute. Let's first acknowledge some things that are true, and that is that this crime that happened 41 days ago in Longmont cannot be affected by our deliberations and our decisions here. We do not pass ex post facto laws that go back in time and change the law so that something that has already transpired may be appropriately prosecuted and punished, in our opinion, after the fact. That is unconstitutional. That is not our system of justice. The case that is currently pending in the Boulder District Court will be decided under the law that was the law of the land on the date the offense occurred. That case has yet to go through the criminal justice system. In fact, that case has barely just begun. And colleagues, that case is not on trial here. That is not our role. We are not the judge, we are not the prosecutor, and we cannot change history to go back in time and create a different set of laws that might apply in that instance. That is not our role. Now, it is appropriate, if you would like, for us to consider the facts of that case as we consider what should be the law of the state of Colorado going forward. But just know, colleagues, we lack the ability under our constitutional justice system to change the rules of the game as they applied last month when this crime occurred. We can't do that. So that's an important caveat just to lay out at the beginning. It's probably also important as a preface to today's debate to lay out the law that then existed when the case at hand that we seem to be focused on did occur. And the applicable law, colleagues, is a bill that this General Assembly passed 2 years ago. I was the sponsor of the bill in this chamber. It was House Bill 1154. It was introduced in the normal course, regular bill introductions in that 2013 session. It may have taken a while to get over here. I believe the bill had some appropriation issues, and it moved through the legislative process in the normal course of order. And it did pass, and it was signed into law, and it is the law that is applicable to that case and other cases like it where a criminal act results in the loss of pregnancy. We have laws that cover these situations. Now, there are lots of terms being tossed around in this debate, terms like justice, personhood, murder. I think it's important for us to unbundle some of those things because, colleagues, I love justice as much as the rest of you. I have participated in our justice system for many years. It's a value I hold very dear. I believe the law we have on the books does offer justice to crime victims. Now, we can get down into the weeds and debate how many years a particular felony conviction will result in someone serving in the Department of Corrections. Reasonable people may differ about whether 32 years or 24 years or 48 years is the right number. But I don't think we differ in that debate because any of us value justice less than any other. That's not what drives the debate. And in fact, what drives the debate is the literal terms of statute and how we choose to define that which is criminal conduct in our state. We can all stand up here and say we're doing this for justice, but when it gets right down to it, our job is to write the black letter of the law, and the words on the paper matter, and how the law is written matters. And it matters so much, particularly in this arena where we have a subject matter fraught with constitutional boundaries and imperatives. The Supreme Court has given us lots of direction. Our state constitution, our federal constitution, give us direction in this area. We cannot pass ex post facto laws. We have to make sure that crimes are sufficiently described so that people are on notice as to what is the criminal conduct that is illegal in the state of Colorado. We cannot write laws that are void for vagueness, because then our district attorneys would not be able to enforce them. And we should not pass laws with other constitutional infirmities and pat ourselves on the back for doing justice when we've passed a law that ultimately will not be properly enforced or upheld or result in justice in the final analysis. The words on the paper matter a great deal, particularly in this context. Now, the sponsor went through a litany of previous crimes that have occurred in Colorado that have resulted in the loss of pregnancy. And by and large, I believe all of those predate the 2013 law change that House Bill 1154 enacted. Perhaps not all of them, and certainly not the Longmont case that is so fresh in our memories that we all recoil from in horror and disgust at what happened in this particular case. But all those other cases had the 2013 law been in place, there would have been charges that could be brought. And I want to give you an example of why I believe the law we passed in 2013 is working and is adequate and is what is appropriate in this area. You know, just a couple weeks after this horrific, terrible crime occurred in Longmont, I read an article in the paper about a young man who was being sentenced in one of our courts in the state of Colorado. He is a minor, but he had a driver's license, and he was driving a car, and he got in an accident. And this probably speaks to the need to do more driver's education and to support the idea that we really need to keep young drivers under close supervision. Because here was a minor teenage driver, got in a car accident, and he had the misfortune, and everyone had the misfortune in this car accident, to have hit another car being driven by a woman who happened to be pregnant. And she lost her pregnancy as a result of that car accident, the injuries she sustained. And that young man was charged under House Bill 1154 with a vehicular assault resulting in the unlawful termination of pregnancy. Prior to 2013, that charge was not possible. Now, it so happens that in his case, he's being charged with a misdemeanor offense. I've not heard a great uproar from people thinking that the law is inadequate, that we ought to rush in and increase the penalties in that fact pattern. I haven't heard any real debate or public rancor about that at all, and I think it's because we all look at that situation and see a teenage driver who probably did stupid things and was distracted or simply didn't have the experience he should have had to have been on the road, who caused a terrible car accident with a terrible, tragic injury and terrible, tragic result, causing someone to lose a pregnancy. It is a sad story all the way around, nothing but loss, no matter who you're looking at, whether it's the perpetrator or the victim or the entire system. There is no good to come of this story. And yet, there's also no outrage that's come from this fact pattern that he's being charged with a misdemeanor vehicular assault resulting in unlawful termination of pregnancy. It's a difficult, difficult case, a difficult situation, and there are crimes, and there was discretion, and there were offers made and justice that was attempted to be done in this case. This is an example, colleagues, of the 2013 law working and filling a gap that did exist prior to 2013. And if you don't think that penalty is adequate, let's talk about that then. But prior to then, it was not even actionable as a criminal offense. The district attorney couldn't bring this charge. So let me get back to what I think we're really debating with this bill. Because we've heard a lot of, again, abstract concepts that we all embrace, justice. We've heard also about personhood and when is a person a victim of a crime. As previous speakers have noted, Colorado voters have quite a track record on this issue, 3 times resoundingly defeating language as a proposed constitutional amendment that would say an unborn child is a person for various purposes of Colorado law. In fact, the election we had just less than 6 months ago, the proposed amendment would have established personhood for both purposes of the criminal code and wrongful death actions. Very specific to even the kinds of fact patterns we're talking about here, and yet again, Colorado voters resoundingly rejected the personhood initiative. Here we have a bill that's coming back looking to instill this in our criminal code. And previous speakers have pointed it out. I mean, there is a definition of person twice on page 3 of the bill that is being amended to include an unborn child at every stage of gestation from conception until live birth. This is a policy change that we should tread very carefully around. This is entering into a delicate area of law where the words on the paper matter. Now, like you, I was horrified to hear about this case that arose in Longmont. This is one of the most brutal, horrific things imaginable. And I have every confidence that the district attorney in Boulder and a jury from that community and a judge and our judicial process will result in justice. The perpetrator of that crime is facing a litany of felony indictments. If convicted on all charges, she faces more than 100 years in prison. And yet, there are those, and we've read in the newspaper, alleging that the criminal law and the punishment it metes out in these situations is wholly inadequate. Colleagues, I would disagree. I don't think our law is inadequate. But is that what we're trying to do? Is the purpose of this bill, because the next time this happens, and God forbid this ever happens in our state again, but for the sake of argument, let's talk about this fact pattern repeating itself. If it ever happens again, is it that we want the person to face more than 200 years in prison? Do we want them to face charges amounting to more than 300 years in prison? Is it the number of years and the severity of the sentence that is at issue in today's debate, or is it something else? Is this debate really about semantics? Because from my perspective, colleagues, I think that explains part of what's going on here. Is that the crime that was created through House Bill 1154 is called unlawful termination of pregnancy. That law was carefully written to take cues from the voters and not establish fetal personhood, because the voters have been very clear with us on this issue, but yet find a way to prosecute and punish these crimes that had, before 2013, escaped justice. Is it the name of the offense that's really the problem? Is it really that we, in our desire to be judge and jury and react to what we're seeing in the headlines and what we're seeing happening in Boulder County, that we all want to say this was murder? Is it the word, is it the label that we really are clamoring for with this bill today? I wonder about that. And finally, there's the other word that's very important in this debate, and that's person, a word that's being redefined within the text of this bill. Who is a person? When is a person a victim of a crime in our state? This treads into waters with constitutional implications. This treads into areas where reasonable people, based upon their sincerely held beliefs, have very deep divisions about what are the rights of a person and when does one become a person. Our current law has drawn a line that this bill eliminates to answer those questions. Our current law says quite clearly that to be the victim of a homicide, you had to have been born and alive at the time of the homicidal act. And that's been the law in Colorado for a very long time. This bill would change that and invite a new standard to suggest that those crimes of homicide can take place against an unborn child anytime after the moment of conception, at every stage of gestation from conception until live birth. This invites, colleagues, a great deal of problem into the law, areas I think we should not tread quickly and not rush into. I don't think this bill is well advised. I think it's a little uncomfortable what we're doing right here at this juncture of the process when a particular crime is just getting started in our court system and we are getting out in front of the whole process, wanting to debate exactly how we think it should have been treated when how it will be treated in our court system remains to be seen. For these reasons, I won't be supporting the bill today. And for these reasons, I will be watching very carefully what happens in Boulder to see how the law from 2013 will be applied in this case, because it has been applied now, according to my information, 16 different times since it became law less than 2 years ago. That's unfortunate that there's been that many of those terrific, or tragic and horrific sorts of crimes. Clearly, none of them have grabbed the headlines that the Longmont case has grabbed, but all of them are tragedies and losses, and all of them illustrate how the law we passed in 2013 is stepping into a gap that existed in our law and bringing justice to these situations. I'm comfortable with the 2013 law. I believe we drew the right lines. I think we struck the right balance in how we crafted that. But if what this is really about is vengeance and punishment and sending people to prison for longer amounts of time when they do something like this, let's have that conversation. If it's about our sentencing laws, that's something we should be talking about. But if what it's really about is redefining the word person and the language on page 3 of the bill, that's not a conversation I'm anxious to have and one that I will respectfully be voting no in.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with my good friend and distinguished colleague from not just Denver, like 2 blocks away, I think. We can't go back. And this bill isn't about going back. We cannot go back under the current situation or any of them with any applications of current law to previous situations, to previous crimes, to previous acts of violence or accidents, ex post facto. We can't do it. But maybe what we can do, maybe what we should do, is apologize to all the families in Colorado who've already been through this situation, to include Amanda Hansen's mom when she said 13 years ago, Amanda Hansen's mom said, another woman's going to die And that woman's going to be pregnant, and her killer's not going to be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. And there have been countless cases since then. I'm sorry. We can't go back, but I apologize because actually there have been a few efforts to at least under this situation, in these cases, exclusive to these cases, to bring justice. And the bill isn't written like the amendments that failed in Colorado. It's not. Frankly, I think the folks that ran those amendments don't support this bill. They don't support this bill. What does that tell you? It's not confusing. It is not confusing. There was a suggestion that maybe it's too confusing, it's too complicated, it's too this, but let me share with you, if it's not too confusing for virtually 29 other states, which are almost identical in their statute, if it's not confusing to the federal government under U.S. code, it certainly shouldn't be confusing to us. It's not going to be confusing in our courts. Our former Attorney General testified that. The District Attorney of El Paso County testified to that. Protection of unborn children under federal law. Whoever engages in conduct that violates any of the provisions of law listed in subsection B and thereby causes the death of or bodily injury as defined in this section to a child who is in utero at the time of the conduct takes place is guilty of a separate offense under this section. Ours isn't written exactly like this because ours does have to match up with our statutes to make those definitions, but it is exactly, it is parallel to federal law. It is parallel to federal law. And if you would like a copy, come get one. It's not confusing at all. We know the people of Colorado said no to the Personhood Amendment. This is not the Personhood Amendment. We know they said no to that, but they never said no to humanity. They never said no to justice. We all know of the 10 cases that I shared with you that a pregnancy was ended. And we all know that a life was lost. This just provides justice for that life.
Minority Leader Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What unites us this morning is a shared sense of outrage and condemnation for barbaric acts against another. The problems with this bill are, in fact, very much tied to the words in the bill, and the words matter. This personhood bill not only establishes personhood once, but 3 times in the bill. On page 2, lines 11 through 13, the term person includes an unborn child at every stage of gestation from conception until live birth. Personhood number 1. On the bottom of page 2, going through page 3, on line 5, person again includes an unborn child at every stage of gestation from conception until live birth. Personhood number 3. It's only a 3-page bill. On page 3, lines 10 through 13, personhood number 3 means a human being and includes an unborn child at every stage of gestation from conception until live birth. The voters of Colorado have rejected personhood 3 times. The first time in 2008 in Amendment 48, where 73% of Coloradans voted against personhood. And admittedly, each time, slightly different take on how to come at personhood. In 2010, again, a resounding no. 2/3 or more of the people in the state of Colorado have considered this issue and said no. And most recently, an attempt to actually tie personhood into this kind of egregious criminal conduct, and even that was considered by the voters of Colorado, and a 3rd time personhood was rejected. We don't lack the ability to prosecute this crime. It is a crime. It ought to get the full extent of maximum of everything we can. But the facts are that we do not lack the ability to prosecute this crime. And I think we all lend our support to the full prosecution, to the full letter of the law for actions such as these. If it is a question of the number of years, I'd be curious to hear that, because there are ways without doing personhood where we in fact could increase the penalty if we feel like the penalty is not sufficient under current law. In the high-profile case that led to this, there are some places in the bill where it actually wouldn't fit, not just because of the unconstitutional ex post facto issues, but the intent of the perpetrator appears to have been a very grotesque form of kidnapping, where the goal was actually to steal in the most violent and barbaric of ways and take and keep and kidnap a fetus to become a child that they thought would be alive and kidnapped and apparently take as their own. One of the things that is not included in this bill, if you look at the 3 pages for what is there, while we do extend on first-degree murder and second-degree murder and criminally negligent homicide, we do not include essentially enhanced or aggravated attempt of kidnapping, which is actually what I think the facts are on a kidnapping attempt for what was there. I will say that there are a couple exceptions that are written into the bill, and the problem with the exceptions are a couple-fold. One, they still can't erase the fact that personhood is defined 3 times in the bill. And while it does have an explicit exception for abortion and for the actions of the mother, if you look on page 17 on line 2, an act committed by the mother. The reason why, from a civil liberties perspective, there's great fear that in the zeal for going after the poster child of wrongdoing in this case, that we forget that we in fact are writing laws that can have profound unintended consequences to criminalize women in other situations, situations actually beyond abortion. You will note there's a national organization, National Advocates for Pregnant Women. They are very concerned that these actions and bills like this actually put more pregnant women in danger. And let me say this. If we're doing this to help pregnant women and to help pregnant women come to term on their own terms, the National Advocates for Pregnant Women thinks that bills like this and what we're doing in Colorado actually increases the danger for pregnant women. As you all know, there's prosecutorial discretion in many, many jurisdictions. And how we assume cases will be charged and how they in fact are charged are not totally knowable at the time. In front of me, I have a Journal of Health Politics, Policy, and Law from Duke University, which includes cases of real arrests and forced interventions on pregnant women, many of them ostensibly using so-called fetal homicide personhood bills. And you think, well, that's so extreme. Why would that possibly happen? So let me tie this to some of the language in the bill and why some of us are so deeply concerned about what this means for liberties that go well beyond the question of abortion. In the bill itself, it talks about acts of the mother. But what about a decision not to act? And let me be specific on here. It's her actual actions that may matter. But what if she refuses, against medical advice, to have her forced birth in a hospital? What if she wants to home birth? And what if that is against medical advice? In this case, her refusal to act, or an omission, which is essentially refusal to go to the hospital, is not covered under the plain language of the bill. Now, I don't purport that anyone intends that result, but it is a totally legally plausible result for what happens. What if you refuse a series of recommendations, again, in the vein of medical autonomy, not necessarily your acts, but your omissions? What if you refuse certain prenatal tests that are against medical advice? In that case, it is not an act, but a failure to act. And words matter in this context. What if you refuse to take prenatal vitamins or other prescriptions that are against medical advice? Again, it's a refusal to act. The problem we have is, while I do think that there are an initial attempt, where you can see in the plain language an attempt to exempt out abortion and medical procedures and lawfully prescribed medications, it also does not include innocent and non-criminal acts of third-party people. You'll notice in the bill you do not need to know whether or not someone is pregnant. And when you put in a personhood definition that begins at conception, there are ordinary, everyday actions and activities that could unwittingly put a pregnancy in danger with no criminal intent at all. The criminal sections we are quoting to would need additional language to actually intend to injure or kill the fetus, and not just the sort of the mens rea of per se a death has included. So besides the fact that it adds personhood 3 times, it does not cover protections for other kinds of choices for acts or omissions of the mother. We have seen real life cases prosecuted under similar cases. It makes me and many others extremely nervous to go down this territory on this path. Where I think we can work together is to recognize that under the unlawful termination of pregnancy statute, I'm glad we passed it. It obviously is and should be criminal. And if we think we need a harsher or a more severe penalty to better fit the crime, then let's have that discussion. But let's not pass personhood today against the wishes 3 times of the voters of the state of Colorado, and would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like a previous speaker, I'm going to start with a quote. And this goes, well, I'll just read you the quote. This bill is intended to fill a gap in our current criminal code where certain offenses occur, and we really are not adequately able to prosecute that offense and bring justice for the gravity of the situation that has been caused. This was the opening line from the good senator from Denver when he introduced the bill in 2013. So, according to the quote then, the bill was intended to fill a gap in our current criminal code where certain offenses occur, and we really are not adequately able to prosecute that offense and bring justice for the gravity of the situation that has been caused. I look at the situation, and the one that occurred in March is just one of many, as has been listed. But what I find to be shocking and unacceptable is that the DA, who testified actually in 2013, decided that based on that law, he clearly could not bring a charge that any person on the street would think would be appropriate in the case of cutting a baby out of a mother's stomach when the baby is 7 months old and that baby dies. Now, we have an opportunity with this bill that's in front of us today. We can, one, do the things the way they've been done since I've been here, such as 2011, when a bill attempting to address this kind of situation was brought and killed by partisan effort, but died. 2012, another effort to try and address some of this circumstance. 2013, and now here we are in 2015, and yet again, horrific acts are being committed, and nothing to the extent that should be done is being done. So we can do the things the way they've been done, or we could try something different. We could try to take the politics out of this, the two sides to the story. We could try and take that out of this and focus on the policy. Scenario one, doing the things the way we've been doing them in recent years. Each side has its talking points. We could probably predict right now who's going to say what, when, and how. We'll end up angry, frustrated, and unsatisfied. No quote side, unquote side will win, because even if this bill passes in this chamber, we all know it's dead on arrival in the House. That's the way we've been doing these things. Scenario two, what if we sent the House a bill that showed courage and leadership on a tough, complex issue? A tough, complex issue tangled up in tragic cases, not one case, tragic cases, intensely personal feelings and convictions of each and every one of us held very deeply. What if instead of saying it's too late in the session, it's too one-sided, the wrong words are being used, it's already been dealt with, what if we kept our minds open to the possibility that we could find a way to address the kind of case that happened in March and will happen again and again as the years go forward until we try and really deal with this. In 2013, I didn't know what the future would hold, but it was my guess that there'd be yet another horrible, tragic case that would happen. And I was pretty sure it wouldn't just happen to one person, but it would happen to two or others. That said, I never imagined the facts that occurred in March. I remember in 2013, a lot of what was driving it were terrible vehicular homicides, where mothers, pregnant women in crosswalks were mowed down by vehicles. That was incredibly sad, but almost pales in comparison to what we witnessed this spring. But we heard in committee that it isn't just people in crosswalks, it isn't just the kind of facts in March of this year, but it's things like victims of sex trafficking that live through brutal assaults by their pimps when they discover that the people working for them are pregnant and they don't want their prostitutes to be pregnant, so they brutally assault them to kill the child within, to make them not pregnant any longer, These women, too, are left without justice under the 2013 law. Because even under the most brutal assault, if the mother lives but the unborn baby or fetus dies, there is no crime of murder, just assault. Maybe we have the unlawful termination of pregnancy. But certainly, as we saw this March, there won't be a DA who could prosecute the perpetrator for the loss of the baby. And again, this is where we end up saying, did she say baby? Did she not say fetus? If she says baby, then she's on one side. She couldn't possibly be on our side. Or if someone says fetus, it has that similar effect on the other way. Again, this is where I ask, could we possibly take the politics out of this and look at the policy underlining this? President Cadman is offering us another opportunity, and I wish we didn't have to keep having opportunities, but another opportunity in this bill to move beyond past incomplete efforts. I don't know how anybody can say that 2013 solved all things when we had DA Garnett unable to file on what happened in March. This is not a risk without it is not a bill without risk to President Cadman. It's not the whole loaf for those who would like abortion illegal. It clearly exempts out acts by the mother, medical procedures by a physician or other licensed medical professional at the request of a mother. It extends an exemption to lawful dispensation of or administration of lawfully prescribed medication. It very clearly says that the only way this confers status of personhood is for the purposes of the offenses of murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide, vehicular homicide, and assault in the first and second degree. It is not the personhood initiatives. Look at the wording in those and look at the wording here. So I think it's disingenuous to call them one and the same thing when you look at the actual wording that is used. Again, I know this is fraught with tension and emotion. People have been quite contained this morning, and I think that's commendable, and yet much boils underneath the surface. I'm looking at the Denver Post editorial. Again, the Denver Post has never been a supporter of personhood. But in its editorial on this bill, it says, in Colorado, an attacker who kills a fetus, even one viable outside the womb whom the mother fully intends to bring to term, faces a substantially lesser charge than if the child had been born 1 minute after being born, had been killed 1 minute after being born. A little bit later, the editorial says, if abortion rights advocates are determined to kill this bill, and they may have the votes in the House, then they should come up with an alternative. A little bit later, the Class 3 felony is utterly inadequate. There ought to be a way to revise Colorado law so someone with ill intent who kills an unborn child can be charged with a crime equivalent to homicide without infringing on abortion rights. And abortion proponents, rather than merely complain about Cadman's bill, should devise a plan that would accomplish this goal. I go back to we have two choices here. We have a fork in the road. Do the things the way we've been doing them in the last several years, or try something different. Take the politics out of it, focus on the policy. We have a lot of smart people in this chamber who could figure out some ways to accomplish the end. The bottom line is admitting that a fetus could be a person under these limited circumstances does not undermine abortion in Colorado. There are many other states that have this kind of law that has withstood constitutional challenge And I think that the statement earlier about humanity and doing the right thing, it is time that we tackle this. And I ask you to support the bill.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much discussion has been made on some of the particulars of this bill, and as I listen, the issue that to me comes to the forefront is the question of justice. And what disturbs me is some might have you to believe that justice is a relative term to not really mean much in and of itself. And I believe that that's a fundamental question within this bill, is that concept of justice. Does justice mean we just want to feel better about it, or some sort of a retribution, or is there some moral standard that demands justice in those ultimate crimes that take human life? I'm reminded of the words, the very familiar words of, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them is life. Within that sentence is a statement of moral certainty. Moral certainty that there are God-given rights for every human being. And the first one is life. Now, Senate Bill 268 doesn't address everything there. It is specifically dealing with the criminal act of murder. And assault. It's not dealing with the question of abortion. That's not in this bill, except to acknowledge that it exists and we shall continue with the exception of this, with the acceptance of this bill. But Senate Bill 268 is intended to provide the proper justice that the people of Colorado understand should be, but does not exist in Colorado. Now listen very carefully to some of the terminology that will be used. I heard this in committee when this bill came before us, that the opponents of the bill will refer to the child as a pregnancy, or at best a fetus, which somehow is supposed to, at least I would hear that word, it seems to be used by those who will not use the word child. It's quite instructive to look at the bill that became law 2 years ago, which in fact acknowledged that we are talking about a human being. But it very coldly and, I believe, unjustly stated that human being that is not yet born is afforded no constitutional protections, none whatsoever. Well, 41 days ago, the people of Colorado realized very clearly that that is not justice. Senate Bill 268 is targeted at that justice that the people that have at least talked to me demand. They know that our law is deficient. It doesn't belong in a list of protections against homicide of unborn children. I'm quite disappointed that the discussion degrades to issues that are not concerning this bill. Let's stick to the point, and that is, shall we provide justice for all human beings in the state of Colorado, or shall we, and history is full of examples of a culture or a government that draws some cold line in the sand and says, these people we will protect, these others are expendable. Justice demands something more than what we have, and Senate Bill 268 provides that in these limited circumstances.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment 5?
Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 268 by Senator Stedman.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005. Colleagues, this amendment is one that gets to what I think the bill's really trying to accomplish, which is that, as you heard screaming at us from the editorial pages of the Denver Post, that the penalties in current law are utterly inadequate. Again, I have, a number of reservations about Senate Bill 268, but one of them is that I'm really not quite sure what is the problem it's trying to solve. Is it about semantics? Is it about punishment? If it is about the punishment, as the Denver Post editorial suggests, then Amendment 005, I think, is the correct way to approach this. And what this amendment does is it goes into the 2013 law and amends the penalty for unlawful termination of pregnancy in the first degree and bumps it up a degree from a Class 3 felony to a Class 2 felony. And if the criminal act results in the woman's death, where current law provides a Class 2 felony, Amendment 005 will elevate that to a Class 1 felony. If the issue before us, colleagues, is that we are not satisfied with severity of the punishment that may be available in these instances, this amendment appropriately amends current law to make those punishments more severe, and I offer it to you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's probably parts of this that I would support, but I wouldn't support them in this bill because it, frankly, what wasn't shared with you is it strikes the bill. This becomes the bill. Not sure it fits under the title, but basically eliminates everything in the bill except for now an alteration of the law that was passed in 13. I would ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support L005. One of the things that I've heard is that we feel that the potential 32 years, again, the remedy that did used to, in fact, be a lacking gap that we did pass in 2013, may not be sufficient to get justice. And so this, we know, basically does not, if we did this approach instead, we don't have to be introducing personhood, something that the voters have rejected, but instead it is saying that we think the potential on 32 years is inadequate. I'm glad we passed the previous bill because that is the only remedy that seems to be meaningfully available under current charging. But if the issue is that the punishment doesn't fit the crime, this is a clear opportunity to increase the penalty for circumstances such as those that are discussed here. And if we feel like 32 years isn't justice, then let's give justice and support increasing that penalty today. And for those reasons, I would support L005.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge rejection of this amendment as well, and would point out that Senate Bill 268 is not a bill about the concept of personhood that has been much debated and been on the ballot several times. That's not it at all. If you go through our statutes, you'll find the word person used hundreds, probably thousands of times. And it's no more personhood there than it is here, where it says that for purposes of the offenses of murder in the first degree, the term person includes an unborn child. What we're talking about is acknowledging that there is a human being that has been wronged, in addition to the mother, the child. And this amendment strikes all of that, rips it away, and actually the sponsor of the bill is quite correct that this could be quite successfully challenged as not even fitting under the title, because this is concerning offenses against an unborn child. This amendment eliminates the offense against the unborn child. You understand? The bill is concerning offenses against an unborn child, because the law is completely silent and blind for offenses against an unborn child. This amendment strips all of that away and makes it the anti-offense against an unborn child.
Mr. President? No. Is there any further discussion? The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Mr. Majors, there is an amendment on the desk. Please read Amendment 6.
Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 268 by Senator Carroll. Amend Print Bill page 2.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006. And members, this amendment comes squarely at the personhood issue within the bill. What L006 does is it strikes the personhood definition on page 2, lines 11 through 13, as a person including an unborn child at every stage of gestation from conception until live birth. It strikes the second personhood starting on page 2, lines 23 and 25, continuing on page 3 through lines 5, again including an unborn child at every stage of gestation from conception to birth. And it strikes the third personhood in there on page 3, lines 10 through 13. Furthermore, it says nothing in this section shall be construed to confer personhood or the status of person upon a human embryo, fetus, or unborn child at any stage of development through live birth. It does retain the rest of the bill. So what this amendment does is removes the personhood issue from the bill. This is the issue that the Colorado voters have heard and resoundingly rejected 3 times, albeit in 3 different varieties, and would ask for your support on L006.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to ask for a no vote. Virtually, this is just like striking the enacting clause, because what it does do is it eliminates the inclusion of unborn children when there's been an act of violence or an offense that's considered under our criminal code. The 9 sections of the bill, again, only refer to this for the sole purpose, the exclusive purpose, the only purpose of the bill is to refer to these specific incidents in our criminal code when this separate charge for the second victim, which we all know exists, happens. It's the only time. For the sole purpose of criminality, you actually have to use the word in our law in order to apply the statute. That's the bottom line. The same as dozens of other states, the same, I mean, literally the same as U.S. code, the same as the federal government. You have to be able to define it in order to prosecute, which is why it aligns currently with Colorado statutes to make these definitions only when it qualifies under these 9 acts, only against the will of the mother, only for the sole purpose of criminality, and we can stand here and say personhood 1 million times and it doesn't make it true. It's not a fact. It is not the amendment that voters rejected. It's the humanity and the justice that voters demand. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I see we're going down pathway one, where we're doing the same thing as we've done year after year here, and we're not focusing on the policy. Again, I think what we're presented with is a false dichotomy. We're told either abortions can be illegal in Colorado or the state recognizes a baby, a fetus, before birth. That isn't the case. I mean, there are plenty of cases where the state of Colorado recognizes a baby before birth. We talk about prenatal care for Medicaid moms. We talk about fetal alcohol syndrome and the importance of care of reading to your children before they're born, eating well, don't drink too much. We take care of premature Medicaid babies with state funds. We do all sorts of things that recognizes that what a pregnant woman is carrying is a child. I mean, we're talking about a child. Now, I would say the amendment that we're presented with, again, goes along the lines of the last one with this, the jargon, the language. And I understand the concern. I do understand the concern, and I don't seek to make abortions illegal in Colorado. What I would say, though, as a state and as a society, we encourage pregnant women to see the child they're carrying as a child, someone to be nurtured long before they're born. So to try and respond to this bill in a way that denies that existence of a baby, I mean, the problem that you have is science keeps moving forward. Technology keeps showing us things. We're beyond these days heartbeat monitors. Like when my kids were born, before they were born, I could listen to their heartbeat. That's standard fare these days. Ultrasound pictures and the detail that people get acquainted with who they're carrying, boy or girl, naming their children. I mean, they are connected long before birth. So if we keep insisting on this division, that somehow we can't acknowledge that this child is a person, and again, recognizing that this bill only says for the circumstance, for the purposes of the offense of first and second degree murder, criminally negligent homicide, manslaughter, and first and second degree assault. In those very limited offenses, are we talking about the status of person? So I think the bill sponsor has really tried to meet folks halfway. And nobody, of course, will be entirely happy if we do this the right way, if we focus on the policy, if we try to address the tragic circumstances. It's not about how many more years can we tack on to a perpetrator's time in prison. It is about the acknowledgement that there's two victims in these crimes. There are two people who may be hurt or killed in these crimes. And again, I think it's very clear in this bill with its exemptions for an act committed by the mother, much of what feels like fear-mongering, an act committed by the mother, a medical procedure at the request of a mother, and dispensation or administration of medication. If you have some stronger language to address those exemptions, put it on the table. But to again keep coming back to you're going to remove any reference to this unborn child as being a person for those limited offenses, you're just not listening. You're trying not to hear.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Take issue with a few things. This is not a strike below. This still creates a new offense, even if this amendment is on there. I think you all can see that for yourself. What it does do is remove the personhood that is in the bill 3 times, and it makes very clear that we're not attempting to establish it in law. There remains a new offense that can be coupled with a variety of other offenses through the bill. Not only that, there are other ways to establish this criminality without putting personhood in the bill, because I've seen versions and drafts that did not include this language. It was added. It's not included in, I mean, some states may do it, but we have ways of addressing this issue that does not include putting personhood in the statute. So I guess just briefly, on a point of clarification, it's not a strike below. You guys can read that for yourselves. It keeps a new offense that is created that couples in with others. If we were starting from scratch, maybe there are other ways we could look at this, but you do not have to put the definition of personhood in the statute in order to have a crime, in order to have something you can prosecute. And all L006 does is pull the personhood aspect out of the bill and respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this has been an interesting example of what we do up here. You know, I try and listen. I really didn't want to speak on this because we're so divided on this. But the point about this, murder is murder and assault is assault. You know, to say the unborn has no rights is, in my opinion, ludicrous. Most parents name their children way before they're born. Those children have rights. You know, I think the resistance to this actual Bill 268 derives from fear and ignorance. We're not trying to lead anywhere because of Roe versus Wade is in place. And I don't believe we're trying to overturn that. You know, it's a federal issue. It's been on the books for 31 years, and I think it's going to stay in place. But, you know, I've heard terms like slippery slope and words that are on paper. And we as a society live by those words on paper. But the reality is to say that the unborn have no rights is not accurate at all. Everybody knows they have rights. Even those who say they have no rights know that their child has a right to exist. You know, the only thing that I think is complex about this, in my opinion, this is life and this is a human being. The only thing complex is how does that child after it's born lead his life? You know, we all lead a complex life, but to get to that point of life is the only thing that's so simple in this whole equation. You know, I think 268 gives a right to the unborn which currently does not exist. If a woman chooses life for her child, no one should have that right to take that life away. And I firmly believe that 268 does nothing more than give that unborn the right to exist. Vote no on this amendment.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think it's important that we understand what we're voting on. And let me try to diagram this sentence. Only I won't be very successful because the way the amendment works, it leaves you with this for a sentence. Now, it cites 9 different crimes and gives the citation. For simplicity, I'm going to reduce it to 2 because the rest is just the list. But this is the way the sentence will read if this amendment were accepted. And it's under 18.1.506, construction of statutes regarding an unborn child, period. Now here's the sentence. For purposes of the offenses of murder in the first degree, and I'll skip the first 7 and just simply go to assault in the third degree, section 18.3.204, and vehicular assault, 18.3.205, period. Now, maybe you didn't catch that. For purposes of the offenses of murder in the first degree, section 18-3-102, and I'll go to the last one, and vehicular assault, comma, 18-3-205, period. This amendment reduces the bill to a fragment of a sentence, which shows you how much sense is left to the construction of the bill with this amendment. Not only does it eviscerate the bill, it eviscerates the English language. Choose your reason for voting no, but vote no on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I was just looking through the amendment, Amendment L006, and I was actually rising to support it. What I'd like to say is I would like to rise to support the concept embodied by it. And the concept is that you really are not hearing resistance to trying to increase the penalty. What you're hearing resistance to is defining personhood. And you know, I disagree with the senator from Durango. I think that language is very important. And one of the things I've learned since being in the legislature is that there are often unintended consequences. And while I don't question the motives of anyone here, what we write into law is here forever. And I think there are others who might construe this to use this against women in other situations, as has been done in other states, who have circumstances that were not intended, but have an adverse outcome that some find offensive. And so I do think that we are trying to support the idea of enhancing penalties if necessary, if that's what we'd like for justice. But it's very important that we not, again, try to define personhood in our legislature and our laws. I would also just like to say that I think that, you know, when I think of the case that's happened recently, it's clear to me that this is a person with significant mental illness. And I'm not sure what kind of justice you can do on a person with significant mental illness other than helping them to regain their mental stability. Thank you.
Colleagues, just a note about lunch, pizza and salad will be here soon. It will be set up in the hallway out on this side for you to help yourselves to. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 6? The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Back to the bill. Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been listening to the debate very intently. You've probably all heard that saying, just because I'm paranoid, it doesn't mean that everybody's not out to get me. Well, for those of us, and I should give you a little history, from my very first campaign in 2000, I have always very strongly stated right off the bat, it's been one of my main planks, that I am pro-choice. And for those of us who are pro-choice, this debate, frankly for me, what's been said by those who support the bill makes me even more paranoid. And the fact that in testimony in committee, those who support the bill, national organizations who are adamantly anti-choice, were the ones who testified, and that I have been attacked via email and text and Facebook from ministers preaching from the pulpit that their parishioners should get in touch with me and, I'll say this nicely, express their displeasure with my positions, makes me more paranoid about what is really the intention of this bill. And as it's been said earlier about definitions, about language, well, that's what law is about. And definition and language in this bill is supremely important. So I'm going to quote from a couple of articles where the writers are much more succinct and informed than I on the law and on political policy. From the Aurora Sentinel, Don't be misled by the idea that anyone who cruelly injures a fetus and the mothers get by the criminal justice system unscathed. The woman who did that terrible act faces more than 100 years in prison. Colorado has been down this road before. In 2003, lawmakers addressed people who purposely injure unborn babies and their mothers. In 2013, the law was tweaked to ensure those who deliberately harm the unborn are severely punished. At the same time, the law guarantees that the rights of the mother and all pregnant women, at the same time, the law guarantees that the rights of the mother and all pregnant women aren't usurped by well-meaning legislation with unintended consequences. Those personhood laws allowing for murder charges against those who harm unborn babies exist in numerous states, and they've inflicted untold terror among countless women, often the poorest one. And a little aside, we learned in testimony in the Judiciary Committee from the Journal of Health, Politics, and Law that over 413 cases in 43 states have been brought because of this type of law. Critics of Colorado's latest foray into personhood, Senate Bill 268, point out a handful of notorious cases where pregnant women who lost their babies to miscarriage are dragged into the criminal justice system, accused and usually cleared of criminal wrongdoing in the deaths of their unborn babies. One of the most egregious examples of this was in Utah, where in 2014, a woman pregnant with twins decided against a cesarean delivery, and one of the twins was stillborn. The Utah government prosecuted her for the death of the twin, then later backed off when public outcry became overwhelming. This story is just like other chilling accounts where zealous prosecutors intervene in the most private, painful aspects of women's lives involving pregnancy and the death of an unborn child. That's only one of a growing list of realities, not possibilities, that legislation like Senate Bill 268 can bring down upon Colorado women. And speaking of Colorado women, from two law professors from the University of Colorado, in the Denver Post editorial that they guest wrote, the effect of broad fetal protection laws is not to protect mother and the baby from violent third parties, but to insert the state into the woman's womb and control her prenatal decision-making. Every time a state passes a law that treats fetuses as persons, it brings us one step closer to overruling Roe v. Wade. Some of us who are passionately pro-choice, I think, have good reason to be a bit paranoid. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to bring up a couple of other pieces of testimony from the committee hearing on this. Americans United for Life, when they came in, I specifically asked some of the testifiers what they were testifying on, what their point of testimony was, and I believe it was one of their witnesses who said that they were specifically testifying on life issues. I think that it's either right before or after they said that that this bill had nothing to do with abortion, but yet then said that they were testifying on the principle of life. And as they say, Colorado Senate Bill 268 concerning offenses against an unborn child, which is based on Americans United for Life model legislation. Again, this is a direct quote of theirs. This wasn't something I asked them, which they said is in their written testimony that Senate Bill 268 is based off Americans United for Life model legislation. Another group, Alliance Defending Freedom, They talk about what they do, and they say one of their primary purposes is promoting sanctity of life. Read that one quote that I had at the beginning. Everyone knows that Senate Bill 268 was introduced by members of the General Assembly in response to the horrific case in Longmont. That was, again, the Alliance Defending Freedom, whose one of their founding principles is sanctity of life. Again, and all of these groups, once again, came in and said, well, this is not about personhood, this is not about abortion, and yet those are some of their founding principles. From the National Advocates for Pregnant Women. And this goes into some of the confusion around this bill and these sorts of laws in particular. There are numerous cases in which these laws have been used, not to create a wall of protection for pregnant women and their unborn children, as Texas legislators, for example, promised their feticide law would do, but rather as a basis for arresting the pregnant woman herself. Women in California, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Utah who suffered stillbirths or delivered babies who died shortly after birth have been charged directly under state feticide laws. In Utah, for example, a feticide law was used as the basis for arresting and charging a woman who gave birth to twins, one of whom was stillborn. This mother was arrested on charges of criminal homicide, a first-degree felony, based on the claim that she had caused the stillbirth by refusing to have cesarean surgery 2 weeks earlier. A spokesman for the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office explained that the decision to charge her with homicide was required by Utah's feticide law, which was amended in 2002 to protect the fetus from the moment of conception. Now, Utah did change their law in 2010 after that issue, and the information I have is that they have not since then had the same issue. But their original law certainly created that ambiguity. In Iowa, a woman who fell down a flight of stairs while pregnant and then went to the hospital was arrested for the crime of attempted feticide. In Indiana, a pregnant woman who attempted suicide while pregnant was held in jail for more than a year on a charge of attempted feticide. Even when women are not charged directly under feticide laws, such laws are used to support the argument that generally worded murder statutes, child endangerment laws, reckless driving laws, drug delivery laws, and others should be interpreted to permit the arrest and prosecution of pregnant women who have experienced pregnancy losses. And when these laws have been used to punish pregnant women rather than protect them, low-income women and women of color have been disproportionately targeted for such arrests and prosecutions. Rather than let this terrible tragedy be used to further a political agenda that is actually dangerous to women, we should find ways to support the Longmont family while acknowledging our collective grief and horror in the need to end violence against pregnant women. We have some cases in Florida and Mississippi too, which I will skip over at the moment. Another quote from testimony. Each human life begins at fertilization. Again, this is a quote, not my words, this is a quote. Each human life begins at fertilization. This is an incontrovertible fact. These are people who, again and again, claim that they were not testifying on this bill either pro or against abortion, but yet these are their words. It was brought up that it's time for this bill and that there's plenty of time for this bill to continue and maybe do something this session, and comparing that to a bill, House Bill 1154 from 2 years ago, which was actually introduced in the first couple of weeks of the session, heard through the regular process, did come over to the Senate.
Senator Kerr, could we stay on the current bill, please?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'm talking about current law right now, and I believe I'm allowed the discretion to talk about as current law was created. I'm not talking about another bill this session. I'm talking about a previous session's bill process, which is current law right now. But thank you, and I'll move on from that. So one of the questions that has come up is, was justice served? And in closing at the, in testimony, one of the closing statements by a senator on the committee was that this bill is about justice for that family in Longmont. And it has been argued up here today that whether this bill is about that particular incident in Longmont, and if you've been listening carefully, you know that I have not said the name of the family, the woman, the victim in that case, even though both opponents and proponents of this bill in testimony came up and started talking about this particular tragic case within the first minute of their testimony. Everyone talked about this case. Some of the proponents of the bill said that, as I quoted, everyone talked about this case. And then it was said that the family is demanding justice. If you've been following this case in the newspaper, what the family is demanding is to be left alone. The victim in this case did not come in and testify demanding justice. No one from the family came in and demanded justice. The family wants to be left alone. 41 days after this tragic circumstance, the family wants to be left alone. That's why I will not say the name of the family here. That's why I don't think any of us should. It's been said up here at the well today that this is a conversation we should be having. Let's have the conversation. But let's not say that victims are demanding justice when the family wants to be left alone. There have been amendments offered to continue the conversation, to try to find some common ground. But again, this late in the session, with only a certain small sliver of a special interest group whose self-reported interests are being acknowledged in this bill, I don't think is any reason to continue the discussion with this particular bill. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 268.
Mr. President. Pass? Okay. Senator Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the bill sponsor was very clear early on that there are many cases, unfortunately, that are impacted on the inadequacy of the 2013 law. So I actually think one of the opponents called what happened in March the poster child. And so I guess this is not about one particular case. And I want to acknowledge the paranoia of one of our colleagues, self-proclaimed paranoia, not saying that to you disparagingly, but to make you feel better in your paranoia. We're not breaking new ground here. At least 23 states have fetal homicide laws that apply to the earliest stages of pregnancy, using phrases like any state of gestation, conception, fertilization, or post-fertilization. This includes Alabama, Arizona, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois. And this comes from the NCSL article that was referenced earlier. Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Minnesota, Mississippi, Nebraska, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, West Virginia, Wisconsin. These are all states that some are known as more conservative, some are known as more liberal. They're East Coast, they're Central U.S., they're Western U.S. The federal law talks about protection of unborn children and uses a standard of in utero at the time that the conduct takes place. So the good news is we're not breaking new ground here. None of these states their laws have not been ruled unconstitutional under Roe v. Wade. So I think that while I can't dispel paranoia for you, I do want you to have some comfort in knowing that we would only be joining a long list of states that have attempted to reconcile the woman's right to choose with recognizing that in certain circumstances, a fetus is a person who can be murdered, just like a person who is an adult can be murdered.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I just, not the previous, but the previous gentleman that spoke about the case in Utah, I thought I'd come and speak on that. That case happened in 2004. And actually that lady was charged originally with depraved indifference to life. There was a lot of drugs involved in that. And it ended up that she got 18 months probation. But I think the point I'm trying to make is if we're going to have a discussion on this, it's got to be totally honest and not a situation which happened years ago. Times have changed. We've had incidents change throughout time. But I think, I think we need to be honest in our perception and and the way we move forward on this. But with our instant communication, every one of these need to be checked out. But I felt that was a little bit indigenous of us to bring something that was not quite what it seemed to be. Thank you.
Senator Merrifield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, a couple of things to answer. The good senator from Alamosa, the woman was charged with termination of pregnancy, not with use of drugs. Secondly, I don't want you to misinterpret my definition of paranoia. The joke is because you are actually paranoid for rightful reasons. And given the number of times that the right of a woman to make her own choices when it comes to reproduction have been challenged over the last 5 or 6 years, dozens of times, I think we have a reason to be, let's quit using the word paranoia if it's going to be used against me, concerned, to be seriously concerned. And I forgot to say, when I was giving my explanation of why I was concerned, we just killed 2 amendments that would have allayed a great amount of my concern. I thought we were supposed to be having some discussion on both sides of this issue that would answer the concerns so that we could all sides could join in trying to find justice.
Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sorry I had to ask for a no vote on both those amendments. One of them eliminated the bill, so I can't really be for that. And the second one eliminated everything in the bill except the title of the section of the bill, which actually, although I have had some instruction since that you could build a case under the title, that it would be somewhat more difficult, and I'm not an attorney. We aren't going down new roads. This is not new territory. This is not unusual. The federal law is a pretty good guidance for us. And I'm sorry if you don't like some of the people that testified for the bill. I can't help it. This bill, this issue, this situation has now created statewide attention and national attention again, just like it has in a dozen other cases over the last 10 years, statewide and national attention again and again and again, and the gap is still there, and the gap is still there, and the gap is still there in our justice system. These were referred to as barbaric acts, which I'm sure we would all agree with. But one of the editorials referred to us as having barbaric laws that don't provide for justice. And though I have not talked to the victim's family, I respect their privacy. Have you? Have you talked to them? Is there a note you'd like to share here? Because acting as if you can speak for them certainly implies that you know something the rest of us don't. Did anybody speak to the rest of the victims that I shared with earlier? The other 10 that have been crimes or acts of violence in Colorado in the last 10 years? Did anybody ask the Hansons, Sheila Lennon, Leah Gee? Is anybody here speaking on their behalf? Did anybody ask the 5.3 million people in Colorado what we should put in our statutes over the years that we've been building them? Not possible. Not possible. And if there is a crime committed, or an act of violence, or a case of domestic violence, you know what happens? The justice system takes over. The state takes over. The acts of crimes and violence are the responsibility of the justice system to address. Not the victims. It's the justice system that takes over. I'm pretty sure that if every victim's family in the Aurora incident asked the prosecutors to drop the charges, they wouldn't. They shouldn't. They can't. That's the justice system. If you make a call to the police and say that you are being assaulted by your domestic partner, your wife, your husband, your kid, and they come to your house, you can't say never mind. You can't say never mind, forget it, nothing really happened. Charges will be pressed because the justice system takes over. That's the system that we developed. You asked who asked for this? Another woman's going to die, and that woman's going to be pregnant, and her killer's not going to be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, came from the mother of a victim. So yes, Senator, somebody has asked. Somebody has asked. They have pleaded with this legislature year after year after year through multiple attempts to eliminate the gap in our justice system. Are we listening? You're right. It's day 111. What took us so long?
Is there any further discussion? Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I proudly represent Longmont, Lafayette, Louisville, and part of Erie. When this crime took place, I knew the street. I'd walked it a number of times. It was less than a day after another murder-suicide in that community. It was a horrific act. And here we are, a month later, after the family said they just want to be left alone, talking about this very political issue. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry to the family. I'm sorry to the woman. I'm sorry to the community. This issue's been around a while. We could bring this bill at any time, but here we are a month later, a little over a month. We should let this woman heal. We should let this family heal. We should let the community heal. And for that matter, this state heal. And for that, I'm sorry to the family and the woman.
Mr. President.
If we can't pass this simple measure to provide justice, I'm going to extend my apologies too, to every victim in the future when they look back and see that we had a chance to fill this gap and we didn't. Decades. This is the time.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 268. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 232?
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Baumgartner and Sonnenberg, Representative Quorum, concerning the creation of the Colorado Federal Land Management Commission to study the transfer of public lands to Colorado from the federal government to the state.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the committee lay over the balance of the special order second reading of bills calendar to 428.
You've heard the motion to lay over the balance of the special order second reading of bills calendar to April 28th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is the committee rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Woods?
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of one single bill under consideration this morning. Mr. Majors, would you please read the report?
Do I need two of these?
April 27, 2015, Mr. President, your committee of the whole brings reports out of consideration of the following tax bills. Second reading thereof makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 268 passes on second reading in order to gross place and count for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1181, Senate Bill 141, House Bill 1219, later until April 28, 2015, retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the report.
There is an amendment. Mr. Majors, please read the amendment.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 268. Senator Stedman moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole so that the following is
Senator
taken forward.
Stedman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 for Senate Bill 268. Colleagues, this amendment shows that the floor amendment I proposed earlier did pass. And the amendment I proposed was the one to take the existing penalties that are specified under first-degree unlawful termination of pregnancy and increase those from a Class 2 and Class 3 felonies to Class 1 and Class 2 felonies. Again, for me, I'm still struggling to understand our purpose here today. And as I see it, our purpose is twofold. I realize we've been told this is about justice, and I think we all support justice and want to see just laws in place that accomplish justice for cases in the future that will be decided under this act. From the debate, I've taken away that the injustice that currently exists is one of two things. That we don't have personhood, and we can't call this a person that was a victim of a homicide, and that the penalties are utterly inadequate. Well, we can debate the personhood issue all we want. The voters have done it a number of times. We'll probably still do it yet in this chamber today. But I'm offering an amendment to increase the severity of the penalties, because that was what I read in the Denver Post editorial. That's what I've heard in the discussion, is that for some reason people feel that the penalties prescribed in the 2013 law that is on the books today are not severe enough in this instance. Now, again, we can't apply any of this to cases that have already started, but should this instance ever repeat itself, do we have severe enough penalties? This amendment, if you vote yes, will put those in place, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, we debated this earlier, but just to remind you that this amendment actually eliminates the entire bill and simply takes current law that is wholly inadequate because it does not acknowledge any crime against the child. And particularly for a bill whose title is Offenses Against Unborn Children or Unborn Child, that's totally upside down. This is striking the bill and sticking with the same policy we have today that the people of Colorado understand to be wholly inadequate for the circumstances that we've seen.
Senator Carroll, Minority Leader Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this Cal 1, and I think we heard from others that to the extent we feel that justice is not being served or that the punishment does not fit the crime, this is a very rational, pragmatic thing we can do going forward. As you can see, it moves Class 3 to a Class 2, and in the case of the mother dying as well, takes it to a Class 1 felony. This just directly increases the sentencing and the punishment on this issue. This is a way to get justice here in the event we feel like the current sentencing structure is inadequate or where the punishment does not fit the crime, and would urge an aye vote.
President Cadman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask for a no again on this. On its face, I would say that this would be great in addition to the bill. This would be great in addition to the bill, but not instead of. And that's what strike the enacting clause and substitute everything below this does. Not instead of. Because now we're back to the situation where we're basically telling victims there's no crime, there's no victim, there's no punishment available, and there's no justice. And there is no justice. The bill without this amendment doesn't establish personhood. We don't have to be afraid of that. It defines persons for crimes for the sole purpose of prosecution, period. Just like more than 36 other states, just like the federal government, just like laws that have been upheld time after time after time after time by the U.S. Supreme Court, including laws in the most liberal states in the country, just like them. I would ask for a no vote. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Are there any no votes? Majority Leader Scheffel, Senator Lambert, Senator Crowder, Senator Woods, Senator Neville, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Grantham, Senator Cook, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Scott, Senator Lundberg, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Baumgarten, I got you, Senator Balmer, Senator Marble, Senator Hill, Senator Holbert, Senator Roberts. Please have the President. With 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 is lost. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Committee of the Whole Amendment 2?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 2 to Senate Bill 268. Senator Carroll moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole show that the following Carroll floor amendment L006 to Senate Bill 268 did pass, and that Senate Bill 268 as amended did pass. Amend printed bill page 2, strike lines 11 through 13, and substitute vehicular assault, comma, 18, tag 3, tag 205. Page 2, strike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 2. Members, this is the cow for L006. That was the amendment that struck the personhood definition from conception on in the 3 places of the bill, and further went on to say that nothing in the bill is to confer personhood or person on the status. And you heard the arguments before. I think it's getting conflated with this. There's not only ambiguity about whether personhood is here, but it is explicitly in the bill 3 times. And so if we want to have a conversation about how we handle this situation, this amendment is the chance to actually pull personhood itself from the bill, and would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, please bear in mind that this amendment, the amendment before us would amend the bill in such a way that the first sentence is cut in half and left as a fragment of a sentence. Talk about ambiguity. It places nonsense within the bill because it doesn't even end the sentence that it strikes a portion from. And that really reflects what the amendment would do to the bill as well, is it takes away the very sense of what it's accomplishing. Urge a no vote.
Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, ask for a no vote on Amendment 2 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. One of the things that was frustrating for me as a member of the House was to listen to the debate on the 2013 bill. in reference to a condition, the ending of a pregnancy. And I appreciate so much, Mr. President, you bringing this bill. It does speak to the ending of the life of an unborn child. And if you care to define that differently than I understand that, would respectfully disagree, I think, with some. But it is the ending of a life. It is not the ending of a condition. And that was a point of great contention in the other chamber as the prior legislation was debated and then passed. And I believe that this amendment takes us in that same direction. And I understand that some would prefer to think of this as the ending of a condition. And I ask that we have an up or down vote on this bill, that we vote no on this amendment, and that we embrace this bill for its intended purpose, and that is the early ending of a life. I ask for a no vote on Amendment 2.
Senator Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this amendment has nothing to do with condition or using the verbiage of condition. It's an interesting point and one we can talk about. Just to be clear, what we're doing is, in the three places where we are putting personhood in and the definition that the voters have in fact rejected, it's pulling it out and making it clear we don't mean to confer that status. I find it ironic to note that as imperfect as some may find our current laws on this, it is, in fact, the bulk of where the relief and remedy and justice is coming for the victim right now. There was opposition to the very law that, in fact, is being used as a prosecution tool contemplated for this very barbaric, horrific act. And I'm glad we passed that for what's there. But this amendment isn't about whether we are talking about conditions or not. This is cleanly striking the issue and definition that the voters rejected and would ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Are there any no votes? Majority Leader Scheffel, Senator Cook, Senator Baumgardner, Senator Marble, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Lundberg, Senator Holbert, Senator Crowder, Senator Balmer, Senator Martinez-Humenick, Senator Scott, Senator Roberts, Senator Grantham, Senator Woods, Senator Neville, Senator Lambert, Senator Hill. Please add the President. With 17 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole Amendment 2 is lost. Senator Woods.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion for the adoption of the report.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Are there any no votes? Senator Kerr, Senator Stedman, Senator Jones, Senator Newell, Senator Merrifield, Minority Leader Carroll, Senator Garcia, Senator Ulibarri, Senator Aguilar, Senator Todd, Senator somebody behind the Minority Leader, Senator John, Senator Guzman, Senator Hodge, Senator Heath, Senator Johnston. With 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, well, I just want to let you know that I'm about to call on you. Senate Bill 15-268 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1181, Senate Bill 141, House Bill 1219 laid over until April 28th and retaining their place on the calendar. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move.
Shuffle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate lay over the balance of the calendar to 4/28.
28. PM. You have heard the motion that the balance of the calendar be laid over until April 28th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The calendar will lay over until April 28th. Colleagues, may I request that the choir assemble in the appropriate position and Senator Ulibarri assume the position of being regaled upon.
That it?
How about it? Let's go.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Senator Ulibarri. Happy birthday to you.
Message from the House.
April 27, 2015, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted the advisory statutes, House Bills 1352, 1355, 1357, 1345, 1340, 1371, 1360, and 1339. 1341 is amended, 1201 is amended, 1158 is amended, 1228 is amended, 1359 is amended, 1368 is amended, 1343 is amended, 1318 is amended, 1324 is amended, 1328 is amended, 1003 is amended, 1027 is amended, 1306 is amended, 1313 is amended, 1321 is amended, 1367 is amended, 1356 is amended, 1350 is amended, 1226 is amended, 1247 is amended, 1303 is amended. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 203 and 100. The House has passed on third reading and transfer the advisory statute. Senate Bills 87 is amended, 173 is amended, 115 is amended, 218 is amended, 219 is amended, 119 is amended. The House has voted not to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1130 and requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Nordberg as chairman, Ryden and Primavera as House conferees on the first conference committee on House Bill 1130. The House has granted authorization to go beyond the scope of the differences. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bills 1026, 1217, 1045, 1134, and House Joint Resolution 1024, and has repassed the bills and resolution as so amended.
Colleagues, in case you didn't hear everything that was just shared in that message from the House, that was 30 bills that they just asked us to correct for them. So get ready to do a little bit more work. 30 fresh bills. All leaves have been canceled. Message from the reviser.
April 27, 2015, we herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1339, 1340, 1345, 1352, 1355, 1357, 1360, and 1371. Without comment as amended, House Bills 1003, 1027, 1158, 1001, 1226, 1228, 1247, 1303, 1306, 1313, 1318, 1321, 1324, 1328, 1341, 1343, 1350, 1356, 1359, and 1368. Without comment as amended, Senate Bills 87, 115, 119, 173, 218, and 219. With comment as amended, House Bill 1367.
Message from the Governor.
April 24, 2015, Colorado Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following act. Senate Bill 234, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2015, except as otherwise noted. Approved April 24, 2015 at 3:17 p.m. Sincerely, John W. Hickenlooper, Governor.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are going to recess to read bills across. You do not need to come back today, but that's probably one of the last times you'll hear me say that. We are gearing up for some long nights and coming back to the floor to get through this work. But today there's a lot of committee work to do, so we'll let you get there. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess.
Further announcements.
Before we have an announcement.
Something about an appropriations committee meeting, probably.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Appropriations Committee. There are currently 9 bills on the calendar as it's printed. We'll be adding 3 more. 3 more bills to be added would be 1205, 1334, and 278. That's 1205, 1334, and 278. So we'll have a total of 12 bills to hear tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in 356. Thank you.
Further announcements. Senator Scott? Senator Newell? Senator Marble?
Thank you, Mr. President. Local Government Committee. We do have some extra bills for us tomorrow. We will be hearing SB 15275, SB 15279, House Bill 151115, and House Bill 15-1353. So we do have an addition of 2. Thanks.
Senator Scott?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of State Affairs, we will convene. Let's go with 2:30. Give you a few minutes to freshen up. And we have a full load, so be prepared.
Further announcements? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess to 3 p.m. today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate will recess until 3 p.m.